Actually,
What's going on, y'all? This is your man Marcus A. Brown, and I'm here to tell y'all that I just got done with my first consultation with the brother Andre of Love Crossing Borders. I just wanted to give him his praises. I need y'all to do two things if you haven't already. If you haven't subscribed to his YouTube channel, Love Crossing Borders. Also, if you are going to Colombia, if you're thinking of going anywhere, traveling internationally, please consider booking a consultation with the OG Andre of Love Crossing Borders. You will not be disappointed. I'm a fan of the channel, so I booked a 2-hour session just to show support, just to show love and say what's up. He provided a wealth of information, way more than I was even expected. He has an excellent presentation. So I just wanted to let y'all know you will not be disappointed. Book the consultation, subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't already. Dre, man, I appreciate you. I will be out in Colombia in 2025 next year, and I look forward to linking up with you. And y'all, get in tune with him if you haven't already. Tell him MAB sent you. Peace.
Where are all the black men? And I'm not talking about the scammers, the drug dealers, the robbers, and the crooks.
well, actually.
All right. It is a Wednesday night here on Andre and Andre's Love Crossing Borders, and we got a great topic for you guys. Since Trump has been elected, a lot of us have had the tendency of following the politicians. Nothing wrong with that, following the politics. Tonight, we're going to do a little something different. We're going to follow the money. We're seeing the immigrants being detained. We're seeing ICE doing their thing. ICE, baby. I see what you're doing, baby. I see what you're doing out there, causing havoc and mayhem, getting your Gestapo on, running up in people's houses that you know there are no immigrants there, but you just run up in their house anyway. I see what you're doing, ICE, baby. Acting the dang fool out there in them streets of New York, Chicago, Detroit, Atlanta. I see what you're doing, but is it paying off? Is it going to open up more doors for Americans and make the streets more safer for Americans? Maybe, maybe not. But here's the kicker. Somebody's making money off of this. And we're going to follow the money tonight. Oh, yeah. We're going to follow the money tonight. After this episode, you're going to know exactly where all the money's going to and where most of the immigrants are going to. Let me give you a little stat, a little number that I wrote down the other day. Let me see if I still have it. Write down a little stat. Shout out to my brother Dennis Berlin, who gave this information. Trump's goal, President Trump's goal for immigration is to round up, corral at least 1,500 people a day. We're going to talk a little bit about how they do that, but they're going to be doing some corralling. Some people ain't into corralling. Oh, you cowboys from the South, this is your time. And it's corralling going on. They're corralling up north. They said they want to corral at least 1,500 immigrants a day. That adds up to be, in 365 days, 547,500 people in a year. By this time next year, it should be at least about 550,000 people, 550,000 people corralled between now and 2026, whether you realize that or not. During the Trump administration, 4 years, right? 4 years of doing this every day. You think that you've been tolerating this for a week? What, 10 days? No, you dudes in the United States, you about to tolerate this for 4 long years, every dang day. I told y'all. Oh, I'm getting my I told you so moment in. I told y'all, everybody that voted for Trump, and I voted for Trump too, because us expats had a reason, you know, us people that live outside the United States had a reason to vote for Trump too. I voted for Trump. All of us have different reasons for why we voted, but here's the kicker. I said as soon as he got elected, y'all better hope that this Trump experiment don't backfire on you. Didn't I say that? I've been saying that for the last about month or two. You better hope, black people, that this little Trump, white people, I'm talking to you too. Jeb, I'm talking to you too. Jeffro, come on to the front. I'm talking to you too. Y'all better hope and pray that if y'all think that this hell that y'all living in right now with the Trump administration cutting federal jobs already, sending federal workers back to work, you can't work at home no more. If you need to, then you just fire. You better find another job. Impacting government programs such as food stamps and other government assistance programs that are going to cut shelters, homeless shelters. That's going to impact nonprofit organizations out there. All that money been cut. If you think what this man has done in 1 week, Jeb, is hell, and he kicking in everybody's door. One white dude said, I'm at the house. He said, man, it's like 3 o'clock in the morning. All of a sudden, boom, 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 boom. He said, who the hell is at my door? He ain't got no peek hole. So he like, who the hell is this at my door? It's ice, baby. It's ice. Open up the door. He said, hell no. Who you looking for? We looking for so-and-so Rodriguez. He said, bruh, don't know so-and-so Rodriguez live here. He said, so I opened up my door. He said, because I know they can't come in. They like vampires. They can't come in unless you invite them in. He said, do y'all got a warrant? Yeah, we got a damn warrant. We ice, baby. We kicking in. What's going on? What is Raul up in here? He said, man, I'm telling you, so-and-so Rodriguez don't live in here. He said, wait a minute, pause. Are y'all going to everybody's apartment in here? So he's looking at all the apartment buildings being raided by ice, baby, right? White dude said, if you got a warrant, you got an address on that warrant. You're supposed to know exactly where the hell you're supposed to be going. Because if you don't know, then you could be in any neighborhood. So you're supposed to have an address on that warrant. Here's the kicker, gentlemen. Here's the kicker. You ready? We're going to have some fun tonight. Here's the kicker. Let me turn my lights down. I am bright. Maybe that helps. I am bright. Here's the kicker, gentlemen. There are 2 warrants. A judge signed everyday warrant that we know about. The judge had to sign it. We've seen it on television. We've known about it from attorneys. If a judge don't sign, you ain't got no warrant. Number two, for ICE, they are allowed to sign their own warrants. Now, a judge warrant is a lot stronger. You can walk into somebody's house with a judge's warrant. But the reason why they can't walk into your house, just walk up in there with the ICE, because they can sign a warrant right there while they sitting in the truck. Hold up, Keith. Let me sign this warrant real quick. ICE can sign their own warrants to come and ask, but they can't come in. So a lot of you dudes is over. And this funny part, some of you brothers don't think that this gonna happen in your neighborhood, your street, or on your job. You ain't gonna see none of your coworkers leave. You won't see this. I'm black. This ain't gonna impact my family. My family black. They ain't coming to my neighborhood. This is a black neighborhood. See, a lot of us black folks, we think that we safety them up. I'm telling you, this is going to give the federal and state government reason to police our neighborhoods on a level that we ain't seen in a long time. Ask Chicago, ask New York, ask Atlanta. If you think that they post the dudes that used to be able to sit on the corner, sell their little drugs and make their little money, sell a little weed, they can't even be on the corner no more. Because now you got ICE got the block hot, and the regular DEA, and the ATF, and the regular state police. You can't even be a regular drug dealer no more. What does the United States come to when a drug dealer can't feel safe? In other words, we're going to watch some videos today. Oh, yes, we will. In other words, Trump is doing exactly what he said he was going to do. Y'all thought it was a game. I can say I told you so early. There's a lot of people on TikTok that are Trumpeteers crying right now. I didn't know he was going to make us go back to work. Oh, you voted for him. I didn't know he was going to bring immigration like that up. He said it. And you voted for him. All y'all that voted for Trump and all hell breaking loose in the United States looking like Gestapo, looking like Germany, World War II. Don't you bitch about nothing. You voted for it. And I said this months ago, and I'm going to say it again. Y'all better hope this little Trump experiment work out, and on the other end of 4 years, life is better for U.S. citizens. But the way they doing it now, it doesn't look like it's going to be better for any of y'all. And for those of you in the black community that actually think this don't impact me, take your happy ass to the grocery store and buy some eggs, since it don't impact you. It don't impact you. Watch how much strawberries, apples, bananas, blueberries, potatoes, all the stuff that's often imported and them immigrants are taking it off the boats for us, or they're picking it for us. Watch how much them prices go up on your ass, including Trump's tariffs. Remember, we talked about tariffs a couple of days ago. Tariffs are what companies pay. Countries don't pay tariffs. It sounds good when you're giving speeches. Countries never pay tariffs. If Trump put a tariff on China 100%, guess who pays that tariff? The company that brought the product in, not the country. The country already got their money. It's the company. And guess what the company's going to do to you? If that tariff is 100%, guess who gets got? The consumer. So for all you black folk that think the immigrants don't impact me, take your happy ass to your grocery store in about a week. Y'all already know eggs are almost $1 million in the United States. You know that, right? If you ain't got $1 million in the United States, that's biblical already. Y'all buying eggs on a biblical proportion. The Bible says that certain products, how you know it's the end days, certain products will be like if you took some gold and offered it and it wasn't enough, like bread and other foods. And it says, and the Bible says, you can look it up in Revelation. It'll come a day where you can offer some gold to somebody and it'll tell you for that food, that ain't enough. Oh, y'all paying what? Y'all paying $5.2 million for 24 eggs? I'm looking at people post their eggs from all over the United States. $26 for 24 eggs. $26, $15 a dozen. Yeah, for eggs. We're talking about in a country that got just as many chickens as everybody else. Y'all paying $15. Okay. Laugh at the immigrants you want to and take your ass to the grocery store in about a week. I told y'all, you better hope that this Trump administration don't backfire on you, black people. I said, get your passports. And you better hope this Trump experiment, y'all voting, because I'm tired of the Democrats. Okay, cool. Let's see what the orange dude do. It ain't been a week. And around the world, America, everybody looking at America like, what the hell is going on? This man ran for king for real. This man he ran for king. He got his subjects. He got court jesters. Okay. I keep on playing.
Black, I'm OJ. Okay.
Let me get ready to do the shout outs. Shout outs. Man, y'all meat gonna go up. I've been doing this for years. It's immigrants that sneak over to the United States in certain parts of the South that cut your meat up for you. Immigrants and prisoners. We're going to talk about that, the prison industrial complex, and how it ties in with immigration and how the stocks for these prisons have gone up. How privatized prison stocks over the last 2 weeks have doubled. Yes, if you want to double your money, investing in prison stocks. We're going to look at the top prison stocks. We'll take a look at that in a few moments. There are prison stocks out there that are making buku money, and they're going to make 10 times as much. I heard from one president, one CEO of one of these prison groups. You know, he said, we haven't seen, they said that this boom that's about to take place in 2000 for the next 4 years is equivalent to when police used to raid black community and put black people in jail for drugs in the late 90s, the late 80s, all the way to the 2000s. I'm gonna say that again. Corporate heads have said, we are about to make so much money. The last time we saw this type of boom come up was when black and Latin people were put in prisons during the late 80s all the way through the 2000s for the drug war. Clinton's drug war on drugs. And everybody made money but the prisoners. So we're going to take a look at that tonight. Shout out to you guys. Let's even get started with that. Let's get started right there before we go any further. Then I'll do the shout outs. I'm going to give you guys something to see real quick. Give you guys something to look at real quick. Let's go. Not that one, not that. There we go. There we go, gentlemen. For your eyes only. If you think I'm kidding about what's taking place with this immigration, it's immigrants, prisons, corporations. Let's go back to how many. Let's go back and talk about this for a second. Let me scroll down. Close this window out here. Close this window out here. I don't need that. Let's go here. Let me move that right there. What article we're looking at? You know me, I share receipts. I share receipts, gentlemen. Let me drop this link. You know, you got a lot of YouTubers that talk, but they never share the information where they got it from. 12 best prison and law enforcement stocks to buy. This came out in 2023. It's just as powerful and impactful in 2024. So we're going to scroll down and look at some of these stocks. Let me put my glasses on so I can So I don't pretend like I can see. So I can see. These stocks have doubled since Trump has come into office. I'll say that again. These stocks that we're looking at, you can look them up on NASDAQ and other platforms, have doubled since Trump has come into office. Why is that? We're going to go into that in a split second before I show you everything. Like I said, and shout out to brother Dennis Sperling for doing the calculations. Trump said he wants 1,500 people incarcerated or shipped out every day. Round them up. If you calculate that by a year, you have at least 547,500 people round up between this year and next year. Trump administration is 4 years, right? Let's just talk about if it just happens only during the Trump administration every single day, why you still living in the States. That's why I'm talking about this from the passport perspective. Why you are still in the States playing games and not getting your passport. I've been trying to, I don't know why y'all keep thinking all hell will not break loose in America like it can break loose in other countries. We told y'all before 2019, get your passport and find you a part 2 country. I'll say this again. We said in 2019, get your passport and find you a second country that just in case something happens, you need to go. Y'all laughed at us. Taylor Made Dreams said it for 4 years. We said it for 3 years. Get your passport, find you a second country. And we ain't talking about no second country for no bitches. We talking about a second country for some just in case. Y'all laughed at us. You laughed at us. Taylor Made Dreams, Ace Live, Check in Effect. You laughed at Aaron from Black Men's Travel, who told y'all, get your passport, stop playing games, and stop using your passport only for bitches, but get you a country that you can go to in case of emergencies. What happened less than 6 months later in the United States as well as the rest of the world where y'all thought could nothing go wrong in the States? The pandemic. 6 months later, after we told y'all, get your passport and find you an emergency country, but you thought, ain't no country like my country. You kept your happy ass in the United States and you suffered. You complained, you whined, you cried all the way through the pandemic. And now after, the money ain't been right since. Ain't none of y'all making money like y'all did prior to 2019, except for people that was on social media. Then we start telling y'all in 2021, get your passport, hardhead, find you an emergency country that ain't got nothing to do with them bitches. If it got women, cool, but don't put your center of your emergency country, your mindset, around women only. What did y'all do? Laughed at us. The pandemic over. It'll never be another emergency in this country. America is the greatest country in the world. It never has emergencies. Pandemic was a one-off. Bruh, it ain't been 4 years. Y'all ain't been outside 4 years yet. Pandemic ended like what? Late 2021, early 2022. Y'all only been outside 3 years. Here we go again. America, all hell break loose. Y'all only been outside 3 motherfucking years, and you still ain't listening. Stop bullshitting around, get your passport, find you an emergency country, and don't center your thought around, well, if it ain't got bitches, I ain't going. Find you an emergency country. I don't care if it happens to be Thailand, if it happens to be Colombia, if it happens to be Brazil, but you need to find you an emergency country, because when hell start breaking loose, you can't sit back and say, well, I'm black. Doesn't matter, because you're going to be paying the price at the grocery store. Black man, black woman, that, oh, we ain't involved. This ain't got nothing to do with us. Directly, you're correct. Indirectly, your ass going to pay because them immigrants ain't there picking that shit that y'all usually don't pick. Oh, you going to feel it. You might not feel it because they ain't arresting you, but your happy ass gonna feel it on the job. You gonna feel it in the grocery stores. You gonna be feeling it. 500 47,500 people a year for the next 4 years. That adds up to be in 4 years, gentlemen, 2,100,090 people. Let's just push it to 2.2 million people arrested during the Trump administration in the next 2 years. Here's the kicker, gentlemen. There's over 12 million immigrants that just came in over the last 2 years. The Asian immigrants, I've watched videos on them. They coming in through Ecuador. See, Asians know the only country in this region that they can get into without a visa is Ecuador. So now the Asians are flying into Ecuador and walking that same trail with the Latins. Guess who else doing that? People coming from the Congo. From the Congo. All parts of Africa flying into South America. Y'all ain't y'all need to do your homework on your own people that they about to lock up. See, you thinking that, it's a majority of Latin people, the Venezuelans, yes, a majority, but it's a lot of our people. A lot of our people from Africa, a lot of our people from the Caribbean. They gonna be kicking in black doors too. Don't be thinking y'all crazy. Y'all think they ain't gonna kick in no black neighborhood and kick in our doors. They will kick in our doors for no reason. Now they got a reason. But you don't want to get your passport and have an emergency country in your back pocket. I'm saying it again. Stop playing games. Fuck only going to countries for these bitches. Finally find you an emergency country. And now what I mean by that is this. Y'all ready? Like I said, there's 12 million immigrants. They ain't gonna get them all, and they ain't gonna ship them all. What they gonna do with the other immigrants? That's what this topic is tonight. If they get 2.2 million immigrants and it's 12 million immigrants in the United States, what are they gonna do with the rest of them? The prison industrial complex. Tonight we're following the money. But let's backtrack for a second before we look at these stocks and before I do the shout outs to all you guys that are here. Guys, when I say emergency country, I mean a country that you can get to like that. Mexico, Canada, Panama, you can get to like that. B, have your passport. C, ready? Don't forget this. And I'll tell you about some bitches you'll be listening. Don't forget this. Find your country, the city in that country, and what side of the city to live on. I'll say this one more time. Find that country, your emergency country, find the city and what side of the city to live on. Is the north side that you're supposed to be living on, the south side, the east side, or the west side? But you need to find what part. You should be going to that country at least once or twice to where you know, okay, this is my country. Okay, cool. Brazil is my country. Okay, what city in Brazil? Okay, boom. I got my city in Brazil. Okay, what side of that city is supposed to live on? Oh, I'm supposed to be living on this side. Oh, west side is the best side. Okay, cool. I'm living on the west side of that particular city in Brazil. That is supposed to be your emergency kit. Your passport, the country, the city, and the side of the city you're supposed to live on. If you don't have that and all hell continue to break loose in the United States, don't say nobody told you, did nobody warn you, United States is the best, we love you, Trump, where the goddamn boat is going down. You about as crazy as somebody's trying to shake the hand of the Titanic captain. I say that again. Some of y'all about as crazy as a dude trying to shake the hand of the captain of the Titanic while the boat going down. Great job, Captain. Thank you for this cruise. We only made it halfway, but hey, that half was excellent. It's time for black folks, be quiet, get our money, and get you an emergency country. But most of y'all ain't gonna listen. because y'all too busy being stuck in the politics of what's going on. And I'm telling you, it's not about the politics why Trump is rounding these people up. It's about the profit. It's about the profit. Don't ever think in our country, that's a capitalistic country, shout out to America, we love it. We love making money. But don't ever think our politics ain't doing something, or politicians aren't doing something in a major scale and ain't nobody making money. Don't you think all these immigration lawyers ain't about to get paid? All these translators that know Spanish that's gonna be going up in these courtrooms translating for these people, they ain't about to get paid. Everybody about to get money but black people. Everybody about to get paid on this immigration but black people. Now it's cool that we stand out the way, but let's be fair. Most of us don't know Spanish. And most of us ain't got family members locked up during immigration. So black people, this is our time to just kind of like sit back and kind of chill. If anything, I would recommend this for black people. Y'all ready? And I know I'm sounding like I'm rambling, but this is important. Next 4 years, ladies, I'm talking to you. Next 4 years, I need y'all to be quiet on that begging. You know how a lot of dudes like this, women need to just shut up. It's some things y'all need to shut up on, ladies. Stop begging men to take you to $400 dinners when you could be convincing him to buy some stock with that $400. This next 4 years, ladies, use your feminine charms to help both of y'all get rich. Stop talking about these damn Birkin bags for 4 years. Damn them bags. Buy some property. Ladies, you should be throwing it on him. Tell him I'll suck you off for some dividend stocks. Baby, tell him you'll let him put it in the booty for some crypto. Don't let this moment in time pass us by as a black community. And ladies, you still talk about, I need 6 figures, 6 feet. No, them days passed. That was the last administration. That request didn't work. Did you get the 6 feet, man? The whole time Obama was around for 4 years. Did you get the 6 feet dude? Oh, you didn't? What about the dude with the 6 figures? You ain't get him either? What about the dude with the 6-pack? He ain't come along either. So you had 4 years to get all that and you ain't get it. This go round, ladies, as a black community, you need to start convincing these men to be wise with their money. Baby, we ain't got to go to a $400 dinner. We could do $100. Damn it, we ain't even got to do $100. Let's go to the grocery store. I cook. Show these dudes you can cook for under $100 and take the under $300 and invest it in something. That's what you should be doing for the next 4 years, lady. Using your coochie for profits. And I don't mean in the sense of pay for play. I mean in the sense of convincing black men to stop being an idiot with their money when it comes to sex and use it towards investments. And I'm talking you brothers now. This next 4 years, if you still going broke, now Trump administration, you could pay for play your ass off. Obama administration, you can do what you want to do. The Obama administration and the Biden administration, those are the three administrations: the original Trump, the Biden, and the Obama administration, or the Trump. Those three administrations over the last 20 years, you could have bought all the coochie you wanted. Got you. If you still doing pay for play during the Trump administration, where all these white men about to get paid, I'm saying it right now before this administration truly gets started. Use a dumbass. If you still buying pussy in 2025 to the point where you going broke, use a dumbass. Your money should be like, damn, buying bitches. Buy bitches on the dividends, not the stocks. Some of y'all buying coochie off the money off the stocks you could have purchased couldn't wait for the dividends to come in or the money to be made on the business. And now you're broke. 50,000 a year on coochie, 50,000 in 3 years. Some of y'all 10,000 in 2 years. Some of y'all 10,000 in 1 year. Well, I got it like that. How come only black people say stupid shit like that? You don't got no other race, no matter how much money they make, they ain't never say we got it like that. Asians make the most money in the United States. You ain't never heard an Asian dude say, I spend it like that because I got it like that. White dudes. What about number 2 in the United States? East Indian. Do you see East Indian dudes saying I spend it on bitches because I got the money for the bitches? Do you see them doing that? Even though every group of men do a portion of pay for play, they at least know don't go broke buying bitches. We as black folks, we going broke buying bitches. You come to Cartagena with 5,000, you leave with $100. What type of fool is that? You know what you could have did with that money back home in the States? Shit, you could have went to Detroit and bought a house. You could have went to Detroit and purchased a home. But let's go back to then we're going to come to the comments, but we're going to go back to this prison industrial complex, the stocks. Best prison stocks to buy now. Here's one, Serco Group. What is Serco Group? This group right here provides the prisons and the guards. Where do they do this? They do this in UK and Canada. They got privatized prisons in Canada and in the UK. And this stock is their ticker number. This stock buys prisons and prison guards and gets the government contracts. NASDAQ, here we go. Sound Thinking Inc. They've got hedge. They're so strong. They've got 7 hedge funds that support them. This is in the States. This is in the States. Cadra Holdings in the States. They buy and sell prisons. 122 million. Making money. Number 1. They should have been number 1. The GEO Group. You're going to hear a lot about the GEO Group tonight, gentlemen. When it comes to immigration, tonight we're following the money. Just in case you guys are just coming in, tonight we're not following the politics. Most of us over the last week been watching what's going on with Trump and immigration, and we've been following the politics. But they trying to fool us into not following the profit. There are going to be a lot of people making money off of this administration and what they're doing right now. And the number 1 group, nothing comes close to it. Not even crypto. Prisons. Prisons are going to get paid. And I mean paid well. And the number 1 is the GEO Group. The GEO Group. Man, it will amaze you how many prisons the GEO Group owns across the United States. Yes, sir. The next one, Federal Cigna. Cigna is one of the top ones too. I don't know why they got the most ones that make money at the bottom. Cigna, here's their ticker number. They buy prisons as well. Everybody in this prison game. By the way, all these stocks have doubled since Trump came into office just a couple weeks ago. So just in case you wonder where these stocks are killing it. And all of them have to do with people being incarcerated justly and unjustly. Here's another one right here. They operate partnerships. They partnership with correctional and detention centers and residential re-entry, in other words, halfway houses. A re-entry facility is nothing but a halfway house. They making their money. They've got they make so much money, they've got 13 hedge funds that support them. Core Civic. I forgot what their name was before. They changed it. All these are on NASDAQ except for one. Let's see if they pronounce this Core. They've got 15 hedge funds that put money into what they do. 15 hedge funds. So when I sit back and I tell you guys, we're going to come back for the list of the top 5. But right now, when I sit back and I let you guys know in all sincerity, follow the prophet. Don't be like everybody else going on television and you following the politics. You are wasting your time. Anytime. I like what I heard what I think Warren Buffett was the one that made this statement famous. Never let a good tragedy go to waste. Never in business let a good tragedy go to waste. I don't care if the California fires, somebody's making millions, if not billions, off the California fires, and they will make billions after the fires are done. Katrina, millions, if not billions, were made. Were they not? Hurricanes that take place all up the East Coast. Never let a good tragedy go to waste, according to Warren Buffett. And this right here is a tragic moment in the history of the United States when we're doing Gestapo. Last time we did Gestapo was when during World War II, when we round up as many Japanese citizens as possible. We was doing that then. You know, another time when we did it, you ready? Since y'all want to play. During the Great Depression, do your homework. The last time we rounded up this many Latin people was the Great Depression. A lot of you think, when you think about the Great Depression, everybody hungry, everybody broke. Did you know that white people, white folks, sit your ass back down, I'm talking to you. Did you know that your people during the Great Depression blamed the economic weakness of the American financial system as well as the government funds that couldn't support everybody? They blamed it on Latin people. They said right during the Great Depression, at the peak, they said if we get rid of all these Latin people, we will have more money to take care of ourselves. So guess what the American government did? They hired a bunch of white men, because they wasn't hiring our black ass in 1930 something, to round up Latin people and send them back over the Mexican border. If you think I'm lying, look it up right now. If you think I'm lying, that was the last time that we did mass deportation of Latin people. I'm not talking about Obama administration. I'm talking about when they kicking in doors like they're doing now. The Great Depression. Between that was World War II, when they round up, if you was Japanese, they put you in a concentration camp, a prison. Y'all better start doing the homework of the history of your country. Black people always want to talk about my country, 'tis of thee, this is my country, I love America, but don't know a damn thing about America. You can tell me black history all day long, but you can't tell me a damn thing about America? So you can tell me about Marcus Garvey and Stokely Carmichael with the Black Power movement. You can tell me everything about Reformation Aid. You can tell me all that, but you can't tell me about the country that you bragging about. I just told you some shit and I'm in another country. You didn't even know about them rounding up Latin people during the Great Depression. And you better believe it was some brothers and sisters that got caught up in the roundup and they sent them over to Mexico, and they shouldn't even sent them over there. And you better believe in this case, it's going to be some innocent brothers and sisters that's going to get round up. You better believe that one. And imprisoned. Why? The prophet. The prophet. We're going to follow the prophet tonight, gentlemen. Let me go to the comment section. Shout out to you guys that are here. Appreciate you guys that are here. We got 46 people in the building. We're about to get started with the videos in a second. But I kid you not, guys, if you want to do some homework on something, while you watching the United States crumble right now as far as how we treat each other, Great Depression and all how they blamed Latin people for the fact that America couldn't afford to, her government couldn't afford to take care of everybody. So they blamed it on the Latin people and they rounded up as many Latins as they could to send back to Mexico. Even if you weren't Mexican, everybody was getting kicked out. Okay.
I'm not black, I'm OJ. Okay.
Shout out to my man JG in the building representing. Appreciate you, brother, for being here. Blessings to you. Buenas noches. Good evening, my brother. Good evening. And Bobby Coltrane of the Coltrane family, first of his name, is in the building. Shout out to you, brother. And my man Simple Logic. Get your logic. Everybody's focusing on the politics. We're going to focus on the profit. We're going to follow the money tonight. We're going to follow the money tonight. We're going to find out what's going on with those immigrants. For example, the flights start coming into Colombia, the immigrants. They told y'all in the United States, it's prisoners and thugs, murderers and rapists, right? That's what they told you, right? That's what they told you. You look at Colombian news, mamas on the plane, kids on the plane, dudes, just regular everyday dudes. Ain't no handcuffs nowhere, ain't no shackles. You'd have thought they were just flying on Copa Airlines, just chilling. All what y'all hearing and they showing you sometimes is a little bit different. So the question I have, where are those people that they had? Remember when the plane first left the United States to come to Colombia and Venezuela, the big military plane, everybody was shackled. It was all men, all thugs, right? Remember that? We watching them get on the plane, shackled up. By the way, when I was in the Feds, that's how they did us. So I know that feeling with those shackles and those ankles. Yeah. Okay. That's the same planes that all the countries from Mexico and Venezuela and Colombia said, we ain't taking those planes. What happened to them dudes? Because the plane that landed in Colombia ain't had none of them on it. Dude, I'm telling you, dude, watch Colombian news. Ain't mamas and grandmamas getting off the plane. Nieces and nephews. So the question is, what happened to all them thug dudes from Venezuela that's supposed to be on them planes? All them thug Colombians that was on the plane that we saw on television getting on the planes, getting on the military planes. Where them dudes go? Follow the money. I'm gonna tell you where they went to. Follow the money. Tonight, you're gonna know exactly where those Colombian dudes went to. We're going to follow the money. Forget following the politics. All you dudes that's in the comment section, Trump for life. I'm a Trumpeteer. I love Trump. I don't give a damn about you and Trump or Biden, none of that stuff. We following the prophet. Black people, I'm telling you this for the next 4 years. Stop following politics. Follow the prophets. You can actually go online and even follow your politics, what they invest in. Oh, we're going to show that tonight. We're going to show that tonight. You can actually go online and follow all the investments of the Congress, the president, the as well as judicial system, the Supreme Court. Whatever stocks they invest in, you can follow them on a regular basis and invest in the same stocks. Y'all want to cry about Nancy Pelosi? That's because y'all follow the politics, but don't follow the prophet. Follow for 4 years, black people. I kid you not. White people know this, so I ain't got to tell y'all. Black women, shut the hell up about some damn Birkin bag and invest in that money, buy your own damn Birkin bag. Black men, stop following politics. Follow the prophet. Just 4 years. Just shut the hell up about Trump. Let Trump be Trump. Shut the hell up about what the House of Bernie Sanders, Mitch McConnell, well, he just retired, Chuck Schumer over the Senate. Well, he's minority House leader, Senate leader now. Don't be crying over J.D. Vance, none of that. Follow the profit of what money these dudes are making. And you make those moves. That's what they're doing right now. They're giving tax breaks to men that follow the prophet. They give tax breaks to women that follow the prophet. They're giving tax breaks to young men that's making money because they follow the prophet. But for those of you that follow politics, they ain't gonna give you a damn thing. And they showing it to you right now. So for all you dudes that's hollering Trump or hollering I wish Biden was back, stop it. Stop it. They trying to set you up to do that. Think about it. Obama administration had you following the politics. Look at Obama and his family. Look at them. His daughters are growing up. Look at Obama. Oh, he's going against the car market, the housing market has crashed. Oh my God, we're all losing houses. You follow the politics. Ain't hear none of y'all black asses talking about the prophet. How much the car industry stocks tripled between 2009 and 2015. Y'all sat up there, talked about Trump. Oh, Trump is trying to run for king. He trying to do this. Trump. Ain't none of y'all follow the prophet and take advantage. None of them damn business tax breaks that Trump made for his cronies and for the stock market during 2016 all the way through. Ain't none of y'all getting none of that damn money. You made extra money. I got a tax break. Yeah, but that's because he did a small tax break on individuals' jobs. But the real tax breaks went for people that followed the prophet. Stop following politics. Follow the prophet. Take your damn Trump flag and throw that shit in the trash because you ain't gonna make no money off of it. Follow what Trump and his cronies are doing. Then, see, me personally, and I know I'm sounding like I'm rambling again, me personally, I could understand dudes that voted for Trump that made money on Trump. Most of us who voted for Trump ain't make no damn money like that during the first administration. We ain't make no money like that. Well, like, I got to vote for this man again. This man made me money. Most of us didn't make money like that. This go around, black folk, get your money. Now, you're going to find some knuckleheads that's going to still be hollering Trump. And guess what's going to happen in 4 years? They're going to be getting that same damn paycheck they got in 2025. I'm going to say that again. Some of you dudes that are Trump fans, you're going to still be Trump broke in 2025. He already took the money from the farms, all those farming subsidy loans and the money that farmers get. This dude already took that money. So if you're a farmer, especially a black farmer, and you need that money, man, Trump done took that damn money. He done took the money from the farmers that voted for him. You keep on fucking around focusing on the politics and not focusing on the profit. All these old white dudes gonna keep getting. This is what it's all about. The rich gets richer because they know what to focus on. While your dumb ass talk about race and women talk about Birkin bags, and your dumb ass is still talking about some Trump, and I wish Biden was still here. If Obama was back, while you still doing all that little baby ass crying that you do during every administration. Every administration, we do the same thing. We cry about politics, but we never focus on how these politics are profiting other individuals. I give you another one. While your dumbasses is focusing on Trump, Elon gonna be running some shit. You think Elon is running media now? What? See, you think while you focusing on crying about Trump and immigration and all, they got y'all focusing on the politics. When was the last time y'all focused on Elon in the last week? Y'all ain't said it other than Elon with his little Nazi thing. Y'all ain't said shit else about Elon. You know why? Because Elon focusing on the profit. Go on, keep sitting around. Your ass gonna be broken for years like you are now. Broke and buying bitches in DR, and then you want to complain. Shout out to my man Tips and Trips in the building. Say, what's good, Andre? What's good, chat? Shout out to you. Shout out to my man Dave. And I'm gonna run through these real quick, guys. I won't be long. Shout out to my man Dave in the building. My man Black Scorpion representing as well. Shout out once again to my man Bobby and Tevin representing. Shout out to you guys that support the channel. We got 53 people in the building. Click that like button. We like you. Make sure you like us too, gentlemen. He said the Biden administration made a lot of money off bringing them here and all missing kids. Yes, they did. Follow the money, gentlemen. There was a reason why almost 10 to 12 million people came into this country. It ain't have a damn thing to do with, we want to give them a better life. That's political talk. Your job is to follow the profit. If y'all want to do anything, I'll give y'all some homework. You ready? I got some homework for you. Look up how the Biden administration made money off of immigration, off of letting all those people in. I want you to do it. I'm not about to do it this time. I want you to sit back and say, Dre, I looked it up a couple weeks ago. Biden and all them boys got paid. It was so many companies that got paid when Biden let them people in. I didn't even think about that. Look it up. Whenever there's politics involved and it's on a major scale, it's profits involved on a major scale. Somebody making money. My man GJ is in the building representing. Shout out to you, brother. Oh yeah, a lot of folks about to be pissed. Yes, they are, DJ. Yes, they are. You think that's just gonna be happening to the immigrants and you're just gonna be sit back eating popcorn watching the news until you get that knock on your door, or you see a neighbor get a knock on their door and you can be like, damn, they for real, dog. I was at home and I was looking through the keyhole and they just kick it indoors. Yeah, some of y'all little Latina girlfriend, all y'all that got them applications in to bring your Colombiana or your Brazilian chick to the States, all y'all want to bring your little Thai girlfriend to the state. That shit on hold, on freeze. Yes, sir. Shout out to you, Jay Anderson, the great. Keep that greatness going, brother. He say being Biden renewed the Patriot Act, and they can do whatever they want. Yes, they did. You see how it all gels together? One president does something, then another president does something, and they do it so subtly that we don't notice it because it's not one president just doing everything. So it's like, we got a plan for the next 5 presidents. We need this president to do these 2 things. We just need this president to do one thing. We need this president not to do a damn thing. Now we have this president do everything, implement all the policies of these other presidents. Trump ain't doing nothing illegal. Did y'all notice that? Anything that y'all losing right now in the United States, it is not illegal for that man to do that. None of it. Telling fellow workers to get your ass back to work, that's not illegal. Firing damn near half the government, that ain't illegal. Stopping money that's going to nonprofit programs and other subsidy programs, that's not illegal. The president has the right to implement the laws. That's why he got the job as president. Congress implements the proposals. They vote on it, make it a bill. President uses pen to sign it into law. But Congress and the judicial system don't have the right, outside of a lawsuit, of course, to tell a president how the fuck to do his job in the United States. So if a president is kicking indoors, technically, that ain't illegal. Just like it wasn't illegal when Clinton told them to come to the black community and kick in our doors in the late 80s all the way to the 2000s and arrest damn near all of us. Clinton had the right because he was president. Like Shay saying, go Trump. You better hope that shit go right. That's what you better hope. Damn, go Trump. You better hope that life go right for the next 4 years. See, a lot of times we say stuff because it doesn't impact us directly, so we think. But you better believe, you better hope that, for example, you better hope that national debt of trillions, Trump and them can slow this train down. You better hope for your grandmamas and your mamas and aunties' sake, because in 2027, Medicare drops and Medicaid drops in 2026, 2027 in the United States. So all the Medicaid and Medicare that your family getting, that's going to be impacted. This Congress, as well as this president, needs to do something about Social Security, because by 2033, 34, the money that your mama getting, they taking 25% of that. The money that your aunties and grandmamas getting, your favorite school teacher who just retired, your cousins, your older cousins, oh, you about to retire by then? After you done bust your ass your whole life, you finally signed for your Social Security and 25% of what you would have got is gone. You better hope that this damn Trump experiment work while y'all focusing on the politics when you need to be focusing on the damn profit. Go and keep on hollering Trump. That shit don't work. Hollering go old Biden didn't work, did it? Okay, how about go Obama? That ain't do shit for the black community either, did it? Okay, gotta be Clinton. Go Clinton. Did that shit work? Okay, Bush. Bush did something for the black community. Go Bush. Did that shit work for the black community? So ain't none of these motherfuckers work out for the black community? And y'all still yelling, go this dude, go this white man, go white man, go white man. You still yelling at the top of your damn lungs, go white man. And ain't none of these motherfucking presidents done anything for us, because we are too busy focusing on the politics and not finally learning as a community to focus on the profit. Where's the money going? That's where I'm going. Well, y'all hollering some go Trump. Fuck going that way, man. We got to grow the fuck up as black people when it comes to politics, man. We got to start focusing on profit. We need to be talking about some go crypto. Go crypto, go crypto, go AI, go AI. That's what we need to be hollering. Go stock market, go stock market, go stock market, go stock market. I'll never see y'all with no flags saying go stock market. I'll never see y'all with no flags. Go AI, online jobs, go passports, go passports. I'll never hear y'all say no shit like that. Go land buyers, go land buyers, go land buyers. Y'all never talk about hyping up land buyers. Go hedge funds. You don't never have no flag for that shit. But you always want to hype it up some damn politician. And you wonder why you still got the same paycheck this politician, this particular president that you had during the last particular president, because your ass keep too busy focusing on the politics and not focusing on the damn profit. You will never see any of they damn flags behind me, but I bet you see some crypto shit behind me. I bet you see some dividend stock flags behind me. Land buying flag behind me. You will see me with a mini football helmet that say go crypto on that motherfucker, go AI on that shit. Fuck out of here. Fuck them Dylan. Okay. Y'all keep on loving them. You know what? Andre, shut the fuck up. Let these dudes be who the fuck they are. You keep loving these politicians. I'm walking that way with the prophets. You spend the next 4 years falling in love with these damn politicians like you've been doing the last 8 goddamn presidents that you've been alive. Keep on loving them motherfuckers. Keep on focusing on Nancy Pelosi did this and Mitch McConnell did that, and you keep on focusing on that bullshit. I'm walking right over here. Well, and then you're gonna be mad. Oh, he just doing what the white man do. You damn right. I follow what we do for damn near 8 goddamn presidents in my life. And guess what that got me? Not a goddamn thing. Following politics didn't get me a dime. I made my money while y'all motherfuckers were focusing on politics. I said, you know what? Let me take my ass over here and focus on the profits. Let me focus on this stock market for real. You know what? You gonna give me a passport, do something with my, let me find out how these online jobs and certifications work. Let me go ahead and reach out to Theo and get in Theo's class. Let me go ahead and write these books. Let me go ahead and start these YouTube channels. Let me go ahead and invest in digital marketing. Let me go ahead and do something with this. You know what? Let me focus on some profit. While y'all ass was steady still focused on some goddamn politicians. You would think Trump was a damn football team. Do you know this nigga got a cologne out? Oh, y'all think I'm playing. Y'all think I am playing. Y'all think I'm cologne of the night. Cologne of the night. Oh, y'all gonna love this one. Y'all go. Oh, y'all think I'm playing the game. We're about to show this. I'm about to show y'all this one. Here we go. Here we go. This is too good, too funny to be true. Here we go. All you Trump worshipers, since y'all worship politicians so much, here we go.
President-elect Donald Trump has launched his own line of perfumes featuring new scents ahead of his upcoming inauguration in January. Trump unveiled the new fragrances on his social media platform, Truth Social, sharing a picture of their products with this message. Take a look.
Oh, y'all thought I was bugging. Oh, you thought your boy was playing. When I tell y'all follow the prophet, I mean follow the prophets. Because that's what Trump doing. Trump done put out tennis shoes that y'all fools done bought, baseball caps, skull caps, do-rags. The man that put out Scullies, the man put out hair bonnets for all you Negroes. He making money off all y'all. Y'all need a hair bonnet. All you dudes out there got the beard bonnet. You got a Trump beard bonnet. A bonnet for your beard. I thought I was playing. Come on, here we go. It's some of y'all so weak for politicians. You gonna run out tomorrow morning to buy it. Trump got a cologne out? I'm about to get it. You don't know how it smell. You don't know if how it gonna blend with your body. All you need to say, it got Trump on there. I'm about to get that fight. I'm about to buy that fight. There's gonna be a Club Day Nuit Intense clone of Trump's. Latifah gonna make a clone. Trump for men. Trump for men. Oh, there we go. There's the price, fellas. There you go. Since you want to run your ass out there and spend your money when you should be investing it. That $199 to $299, $298. You could have put that money in some of these prison stocks that we were just talking about. Oh, I don't invest in prison stocks. Because I don't want to have nothing to do with people that go to prison. I don't want to be, one of the dudes that kind of like push that. I ain't buying no prison stocks. Tonight you gonna learn. You got more to do with prisons than you realize. Tonight's episode on Love Crossing Borders, you dudes gonna learn tonight that you have a lot more to do with prisons on a day-to-day basis, then you realize. So all you do is talk about, I ain't buying no prison stock. Don't buy it. I'm gonna show you tonight all the other stuff you do that got to do with prisons. $300 for the Trump. Oh, y'all thought y'all think that I don't be on top of these colognes? Come on, man. Tonight's cologne is Rafaka. Rafaka is a great cologne too. Rafaka is the YSL Baby Cat clone. Everybody knows that trying to find YSL Baby, and the bottle looks the same as the YSL Baby Cat as well. Everybody knows it is hella hard to find Baby Cat. It is one of the top honey scent masculine colognes that came out in the last couple of years. And dude, it is hella hard to find and it is hella expensive. But then the clone came out and everybody's saying that have had a chance to smell Baby Cat. This is like 95% the same formula as Baby Cat. And I think you get it at Pierce Corners. I think it's Pierce Corners where you can get this one. And it's Rafaka. It's spelled I think it's R-A. Yeah, R-A. No, R-I, sorry. R-I-F-A-A-Q-A-T. Rafaka. So shout out to all you guys. And I know tonight, I might not get a big crowd tonight. It's going to be like 50 people here. Why? Y'all ain't trying to hear somebody tell y'all not to fuck with politicians, but fuck with the money? I know. I got you. I got you, black folk. Y'all want to worship your politicians. Keep doing it, baby. I got your back. Worship your politicians like you worship your football team. Gotcha. Some of y'all love worshiping politicians. You will say, I don't worship white people. Cool. But you cannot deny that black people worship some damn politicians, boy. Why? I got proof. You don't never want to focus on the profit. It don't matter if it's a black or white politician. You will let every other culture focusing on making money during administration. But us black folk, we don't never focus on that shit. We too busy arguing and shit over who making six figures. Yeah, Trump got the cologne out for you fellas. Smell good, look good. Shout out to my man Wade in the building. Because honestly, I cannot trust American women at all. I need to stay away from them. Get my passport. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to DJ Dean once again. Shout out to Wade. No matter how much America is coming back to conservative or conservatism, I will still find a way how to escape this country. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. My man, African Wolf, favorite YouTube name, is in the building. Shout out to you, brother. I'm scrolling down a little bit, fellas, because I want to get to the video that we have today. No Limit is in the building. California Water Stock. Yeah, that's a good one, too. CWT, that's a good one. Shout out to my man, Ronan Travels, in the building representing, along with LJ, the Southern Vegan, and my boy Los. Los, no. We ain't following these damn politicians. We following the prophet. For real. Get you a crypto flag. Can you do that? You got a Trump flag. You got a Trump t-shirt. Why you can't get a t-shirt that say blacks for crypto? You got a blacks for Trump shirt. He said they went to the Panama to build a new canal. Yeah, for real. That's exactly where they're going to. Some black folks tripping when the feds conduct sweep in the whole neighborhood getting indicted. Heck yeah, man. You can sit out there. It used to be a day you sit out there with your drink in hand, rapping, selling some weed. Beautiful. Now you can't even be on a corner selling no weed. Come on, man. It ain't even the feds coming to indict people. As far as the FBI or ATF, it is ICE coming for you. Boom, boom, doom, boom, doom, boom, doom, doom, doom. And that's about to get paid too. That boy Vanilla Ice about to get paid some royalties because everybody and their mama gonna be playing that song. A new slave labor are are deported immigrants. Absolutely correct. We'll look at all that tonight, gentlemen. We're about to get started with that in like the next minute or two. So shout out to you guys. So I'm gonna stop with the rambling. Open for business. Shout out to you. Yep. You'll go there when you're coming not. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to Dave being in the building. And Deborah representing the ladies. Shout out to Deborah being here. Appreciate you more than you realize. Representing the ladies tonight. She said number 47, seeking 3,000 immigrants to sending 3,000 immigrants to Guantanamo Bay. I mean 30,000. I can see that. I can easily see that, and I have a part of that in the videos we're going to watch tonight, Deb. Shout out to you being here. Appreciate you more than you realize. Glad that you're here. Get into crypto. Yep. There's going to be so many people making money off crypto while y'all watching politics. Man, while y'all sit up there politics worshiping, man, there's going to be so many people on this side making profit. And I tell you, you're going to be one of them. Me and Los. And the few of you guys that follow crypto for real, we're going to be laughing. I kid you not. We're going to be, this year, Los, we have been waiting for this point in time in history since 2011 when everybody was laughing at crypto. It's a scam. You're going to get robbed. It's crazy. I don't see where y'all putting y'all money into that. It's the white man, blah, 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 blah. All we was waiting for the right year to come. And here we go, 2025. Shout out to my man Dave. My man Timothy Bright in the building. Shout out to you. After 2 years, white American poor start to suffer, and they will, scapegoat blacks. People always look for the scapegoat. Like I said, I kid y'all not, guys. Take the time out tomorrow. Look up during the Great Depression. The great not the Great Migration, but the great, I forgot what the term was, when they kicked out millions of Latins. That was the last time we did that in the United States, like in a mass, like kicking in the doors. Not like Obama. Obama was the number one president that kicked out the most people. But I'm talking about like doing it like Trump is, Gestapo style. That was during World War II, and I mean not World War II, but during the Great Depression. When we kicked out, man, it was crazy amount of Latin people we kicked out. Timothy Bright, Avengers of Silver. I meant to drop that link. Drop that soundbite today, man. Shout out to you, Tim. Shout out to all 63 in the building. Click that like button, gentlemen. We like you. Make sure you like us too. Shout out to my man Charlie in the building. Representing. Shout out to you. And my man Growth Talk. He said, I'm a federal employee, and they made some of us come back to work in 2023. This isn't shocking at all. And it shouldn't be. When you're a federal worker, I do what you got to do. Yep, crack episode. That's for real. Let me scroll down. Shout out to my man Aiken in the building, representing. And let me scroll down. Y'all go get that Trump cologne. Come on, man. Y'all gonna leave. Y'all gonna quit playing like you ain't gonna get the Trump cologne. Quit playing. I want that Trump cologne. I want that Trump cologne. Make it up to the riches. Oh yeah, I love Baccarat. Yeah, I love Baccarat. I love that whole line that he has. I actually have right here when I went to London. I not only got the Baccarat because I could have purchased the Baccarat 540. I actually from Mason Francis Kirkjohn, as you guys can see. Hope you guys. Oh no, let me zoom myself in. Sorry. As you guys can see, this is the actual box, the Mason Francis Kirkjohn. And I actually got this in the oldest cologne shop in London. So when you first open it up, it looks like this. It's basically that. And oh, that smells good. Oh, that smells good. And then it has actually the colognes on the inside, the colognes that you'll actually get. So you can see the Baccarat right about here. So these are all the colognes that I got in here. And so I have only one. I forgot. Oh, I have that in my bag. I have one of them that's missing, but I have it in my bag that I keep with me. And these are the 10 millimeters. So, and I think the Baccarat is the one that I keep in my bag. No. The Grand Soir. That's the one that I keep in my bag. The Grand Soir. This one right here is the Baccarat 540 right here. So, and these are nice sizes, man. These are not small at all. These are nice sizes. If you ever had a sample one's like this big, but these are nice. The 10 mils are nice. So I actually have the whole collection of their, or most of the collection of his cologne line. And it cost me just $200 during Christmas season. So this was $200. Instead of just getting one cologne, I ended up getting 7-8 colognes. So yeah. Yeah, they're gonna learn today. You know, like they're saying the latest hashtag is FAFO. You gonna fuck around, find out. Yeah, you can order it. You can actually order it online as well. Yep, Dave. And like I said, why spend $500, $400 on one cologne or $200 on one cologne when I can get the 10 millimeter sample set, and now I've got 6 or 7 of them for $200. And man, they smell, goodness gracious, just open up the box, it smells good. I'm gonna keep this box open. I'm gonna just keep this box open. Man, that smells good. I'm about to put it right there. Woo. All right, let's get started with the videos, gentlemen. Remember, tonight we're following the prophet. We're following how these people make their money. Now, I don't have the link. But you just go to Mason Francis Kirkjohn's website, and they have it there. Shout out to you guys. Let's get started. We pull up the video.
Well, new video shows deportation flights to Colombia are back underway. More than 200 deportees arrived today in the capital city of Bogota, where Colombia's president welcomed them, saying they're now free and in a country that loves them. It makes you wonder why he initially rejected U.S.-flown deportation flights just 2 days ago and only agreed to accept them after President Trump threatened a trade war.
I don't see them looking all sad and blue. Now, I think I saw a couple of dudes in handcuffs, but I don't see them looking all sad and blue.
Results like this are why the president calls his border action a major win for the U.S.
And very importantly, America is respected again. We're respected again. Isn't that nice? You know, after years of laughing at us like we're stupid people. And as you saw yesterday, we've made it clear to every country that they will be taking back our people that we're sending out, the criminals, the illegal aliens coming from their countries. We're taking them back, and they're going to take them back fast. And if they don't, they'll pay a very high economic price, and we're going to immediately install massive tariffs. It'll be placed on them and other sanctions.
In the meantime, federal agents began their first major illegal immigration raids here in New York City.
Notices at night, gentlemen. They come in at day, night, they don't care.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem joined those agents on the raids, posting this video you're looking at now from the front lines, showing ICE agents removing illegal immigrants that have been charged with kidnapping, assault, and burglary. President Trump making no apologies for following through on that campaign promise.
We're tracking down the illegal alien criminals. We're detaining them, and we are throwing them the hell out of our country. We have no apologies, and we're moving forward very fast.
And the no-nonsense message his administration is sending already seems to be working. Listen to this. Border agents are reporting shockingly low numbers of illegal crossing, guys, a nearly 95% drop.
That's crazy to see the same area before Trump. This was December. Look at all those people. Now look at it in January. That's crazy how empty that is now.
From the height of the border crisis under Biden to the first days of Trump's presidency after just 1 week, Trump spoke about this sudden drop.
I got a call from Tom Homan and some of the people. They said, sir, it's unbelievable. There is nobody. You have this huge area. It's a gathering area. It's always been packed with these people. What they did to our country is so unbelievable. That they could do this to our country is so horrible. But he said there's nobody there. And then they actually put it on television. I got to see it. And there was literally not one person, this vast area where people stay there all day long and they just walk right into our country.
And as predicted, not everyone is happy about this illegal immigration crackdown. The View is calling it, of course, racist.
I think there's a very clear message as to what this president wants the look of a criminal migrant to look like, what an undocumented migrant. And I think that's racist. Let me also say, they are also racially profiling in doing this. I am disappointed, disgusted, and saddened by what I'm seeing.
And pop star Selena Gomez posting this video of her sobbing over the deportation flights, which she quickly deleted.
All my people are getting attacked. The children. I don't understand. I'm so sorry. I wish I could do something, but I can't. I don't.
This young girl that's faking these tears is worth $1.3 billion. $1.3 billion. And she just said, I wish I could do something. I don't know what to do. You know, this 1.3 billion, it don't stretch as much. It don't stretch as much as it used to. Shout out to my man Ozzy in the building. That 1.3 don't stretch like it used to. Let's go back.
I don't know what to do. I'll try everything, I promise.
I'll try everything.
Border czar Tom Homan had a blunt response to the celeb's video yesterday.
We're going to do this job, and we're going to enforce the laws of this country. If they don't like it, then go to Congress and change the law. It's just all for the good of this nation, and we're going to keep going. No apologies. We're moving forward.
Yeah, and where were those tears when these guys were denouncing sanctuary cities and removing illegal border crossers?
Would you allow these cities to ignore the federal law regarding the reporting of illegal immigrants and, in fact, provide sanctuary to these immigrants?
Pick up the New York Times.
Okay, this is stupid. I'll tell you why it's stupid. Selena Gomez is in her mid-20s, right? Late 20s. This was 2007. Come on, man. She was a shorty. Where was those tears then? She was a kid. Come on, man. You can't be going back to Biden 2007 and then looking at Selena Gomez like, why wasn't you crying back then? She was a little girl? What the hell?
There's a city not far across the river from my state that imposed the similar sanctions. And what they found out is, as a consequence of that, their city went in the dumps, in the dumpster. Stores started closing. Everything started to happen. And they changed the policy.
So, Senator Biden, yes or no, would you allow the cities to ignore the federal law?
No.
If you're a criminal, you'll be deported.
Tell them,
if you plan to enter the U.S. illegally, your chances of getting caught and sent back just went up.
Oh, Paul Mauro, so much to unpack here.
Oh, man. So what changed? I got to wonder, what changed? I mean, these are all the same people who were saying they were going to crack down. All of a sudden, they weren't, right? Let's advance the story a little bit. First of all, very clearly, they came in hot on this issue, and there's a controlling mind.
Luther King and Donald Trump, white supremacy,
That's right.
They're talking about finding the 300,000 kids. It's not going to be the characters like me who are running around in the field. It's going to be these analysts who are going to be piecing together information and saying, this kid's MIA, Where is this kid? Look at this. It turns up in this phone. We better look over here.
Like, I know this is not talked about a lot, but I really do feel bad for the United States of America right now. Like, especially since Donald Trump is our president and he's acting like white supremacy. Like, I heard the KKK was back in effect in certain places. He done took away the right of jobs to have discrimination. He done took away like LGBTQ community rights. Like, y'all, this is happening real fast. Like, we work so hard as Americans to get to a certain point to where people want to come from their third world country to come here because they have a dream like Martin Luther King, and Donald Trump is just taking that away. And the fact that he had his inauguration on Martin Luther King Day goes to show what we have to deal with in America. Like, as a black African American woman, we need to be standing together more than ever. Like, I don't care if nobody watches this video. I don't care if nobody hears me. But, y'all, we are in a crisis right now. A real-life crisis. And y'all need to pay attention. Pay attention to the news. People are asking, why is ICE coming to these work sites? And I'm going to, share with you what you guys told ethnic black Americans. It's
Now, the part that we're looking at is sisters don't give a damn.
really important not to be lazy in America. If you have a great work ethic, everything will be just fine. As long as you work really, really hard, you'll be just fine. ICE will not bother you if you're working hard. So if they're at your work site and they are taking you away or your friends away, you have to work harder. Somebody knew you were lazy, and you can't be a criminal. So either if they're taking you away at the work sites, or you either were a criminal or you were just lazy. And in this country, we have a really strong work ethic, and you have to work really hard. So I'm sorry if this stings a bit, but you can't be lazy in America. You gotta work really hard. So if you see the ICE agents coming and they're kind of running towards you, all you have to do is just work a little harder and they'll just pass you up and they'll just go to the next person, okay? So just make sure that you work really hard, have a good work ethic, and don't be a criminal and comply. Don't run.
Now, of course, she's being sarcastic because this is how they would talk to us when we were going through it in the States with white supremacy. So now they're dealing with it, and she's giving them a taste of their own medicine.
So this is a message for Hispanic people or Latina people, not just the white presenting Latinos, all of them, including the more Afro Latinos, when it comes to this whole deportation thing and solidarity with the black community. You guys have no right to be angry at black people who choose not to want to support or have solidarity with you. And the only reason why I say this is because the amount and level of disrespect that we black Americans have suffered from the Hispanic community when we tried to have solidarity in the past is astronomical. And you guys know about that disrespect, because try being a Latina woman with your whole family and bring home a black man as your boyfriend and tell them that you want to marry him. And how would your family respond to that? Because I know a lot of you, if you brought home a black person, like a black American, your family is not having that. So how could we possibly have solidarity when the whole family is like, you bring home a black person and it's just like their head starts spinning and they have an issue with that? On top of that, and also what adds insult to injury is basically saying when Hispanic people deny racism, like the fact that they're racist and the fact that they're colorist, the first time that it hit me about the Hispanic racism back in your own countries is when Black Panther, the second Black Panther came out, and the guy who played Namor, I forgot his name, the guy who played Namor talked about how you guys treat darker skinned people and indigenous people in your own countries, and that mentality you guys bring it here into this country, especially after we black people have went through a lot of strides in this country to get certain things put in place for civil rights. And instead of leaving that at the door in those countries, you guys bring those mindsets with you. And then on top of that, literally here on TikTok, there was a girl who had like 1 million views, and I still have the video and I can pull it, where she was talking about, she was only 20, and I could tell she was having a hard time articulating herself because she was crying and emotional. And she was talking about how she experienced racism and discrimination from her Hispanic community. And she said she was an Afro Latina, and how she couldn't get a job and couldn't get hired. And a lot of these jobs are expecting you to speak Spanish. And so when I came behind her and I pointed out, yes, there are some things in the Hispanic community and what she's saying is true. It's just like the responses that I was getting from Hispanic people is just like the gaslighting that I would get from white people who try to deny racism. It's basically they were trying to say, oh, well, she wasn't qualified for the job. She wasn't. The same shit white people say.
This is, I like this one. This is what sisters say they're going to do for the next 4 years. Once again, this little skit is what sisters plan on doing for the next 4 years.
All right.
Minding their own damn business. But as for white women, this is what they plan on doing for the next 4 years. Once again, we're following the money, gentlemen. We're going to be talking about the prison industrial complex and immigration.
White women, circle up. Listen, ladies, ICE raids are coming. All right. They've even started already in some places, and no location is off limits this time around, not even schools or churches. So you know what that means, right? That's right. It's time for us to put our very best Karen skills to good work. Now, I don't want to hear none of y'all hopping into my mentions going, Kendall-y, I don't know how to Karen. Bitch, yes, you do. Yes, you do. We all do. Let's not pretend that that skill doesn't come as a part of our default package straight out of the factory, all right? So here are your marching orders. If you see an ICE official, be that at your job, at your school, at your church, anywhere in your community, if you see an immigration official, you go full DEFCON Karen immediately. I'm talking pull out all of the stops, whatever you can do to distract that official and waste his time. I'm talking complaints. I'm talking demands to see his superior officer. I'm talking long rambling stories about people he's never met and situations that are fully unrelated. Nothing is off the table. And if all of that fails, you pull out the white woman Hail Mary. That's right. I'm talking about.
What's the white woman Hail Mary? Put it in the comment section. What is the white woman Hail Mary in the United States? What do you guys think? I already know what it is. And I knew before she said it. What is the white woman's Hail Mary? If nothing else works as a Karen, what is the white woman's Hail Mary? Put it in the comment section. I need these 5 people to put it in the comment section. 5 people. There we go. There we go, gentlemen. My dudes. My dudes. Holding back the tears. White women will cry because they know that's the most powerful tool, more powerful than a nuclear weapon in the United States, is a white woman crying. Don't nobody want to listen to nothing else. They ain't gonna listen to no black woman. They ain't gonna listen to no politician. They ain't gonna listen to nobody when a white woman is crying. So she said, pull out all the stops. Yep, he touched me. Pull out all the stops. You guys are 100% correct, all you gentlemen. You guys are on it. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to you guys to pull them tears out, man. For real. Let's go back to what Karen has to say.
White lady tears. I don't care if you have to pull a full-blown temper tantrum in front of that immigration official. You do whatever you have to do to become a physical barrier between that immigration official and the vulnerable members of your community that he is targeting. Ladies, listen, we have trained for this moment. Our grandmothers trained for this moment, and their grandmothers before them. Karening is our ancestral.
She made this into an adverb. I mean, she made this into a verb. She said Karening. This woman going to the dictionary. This woman is trying to get into the Webster's dictionary. She gonna be in the Oxford dictionary for Karening.
Legacy. Only this time we have an opportunity to put the skill to work for good, to do something for our community instead of against it. I believe in you, ladies. All right? I believe in you. Now you get out there and you wreck the absolute shit out of some immigration official's day. Good luck.
It's funny, my boy just pulled up on me and I was telling him how my son and I's plans for the day is we're going to go ride around Southwest Detroit and Mexican Town and film the ICE agents.
She in Detroit. She said her and her son go ride around Detroit filming ICE agents, fucking with them.
He said, T, you know you can't fight the police. I said, the hell I can, I'm white. I said that to say this. To all my white people, please start using your whiteness for the overall greater good of humanity. We can do that. Years ago, my neighbors was getting messed with by the police over some BS. You know what I did? I took my white ass outside and started filming it. And made sure they knew that my white ass was filming it. Literally said, I hope y'all know my white ass is filming this. They started to act a lot more decent to my neighbors. That, my friends, is using your whiteness for the overall greater good of humanity. Unfortunately, we can't rely on people to be good people. Unfortunately, we have to hold people accountable for their actions. We're
going to stop because bring that beat back with the Karen in. That was so good. Sister say we ain't doing ish, but we about to see what Karen gonna do. Shout out to my man Zero in the building. Oh, she from Detroit.
All right, white
girl.
women.
She from
Circle up.
Detroit.
Listen, ladies, ICE raids are coming. All right. They've even started already in some places, and no location is off limits this time around. Not even schools or churches. So you know what that means, right? That's right. It's time for us to put our very best Karen skills to good work. Now, I don't want to hear none of y'all hopping into my mentions going, Kendall-y, I don't know how to Karen. Bitch, yes, you do. Yes, you do. We all do. Let's not pretend that that skill doesn't come as a part of our default package straight out of the factory, all right? So here are your marching orders. If you see an ICE official, be that at your job, at your school, at your church, anywhere in your community, if you see an immigration official, you go full DEFCON Karen immediately. I'm talking
DEFCON Karen.
Pull out all of the stops, whatever you can do to distract that official and waste his time. I'm talking complaints. I'm talking demands to see his superior officer. I'm talking long rambling stories about people he's never met and situations that are fully unrelated. Nothing is off the table. And if all of that fails, you pull out the white woman Hail Mary. That's right. I'm talking about white lady tears. I don't care if you have to pull a full-blown temper tantrum in front of that immigration official. You do whatever you have to do to become a physical barrier between that immigration official and the vulnerable members of your community that he is targeting. Ladies, listen, we have trained for this moment. Our grandmothers trained for this moment and their grandmothers before them. Karening is our ancestral legacy. Only this time we have an opportunity to put the skill to work for good, to do something for our community instead of against it. I believe in you, ladies. All right? I believe in you. Now you get out there and you wreck the absolute shit out of some immigration official's day. Good luck.
It's funny, my boy just pulled up on me and I was telling him how my son and I's plans for the day is we're going to go right around Southwest Detroit and Mexican Town and film the ICE agents. He said, T, you know you can't fight the police. I said, the hell I can, I'm white. I said that to say this. To all my white people, please start using your whiteness for the overall greater good of humanity. We can do that. Years ago, my neighbors was getting messed with by the police over some BS. You know what I did? I took my white ass outside and started filming it. And made sure they knew that my white ass was filming it. Literally said, I hope y'all know my white ass is filming this. They started to act a lot more decent to my neighbors. That, my friends, is using your whiteness for the overall greater good of humanity. Unfortunately, we can't rely on people to be good people. Unfortunately, we have to hold people accountable for their actions. Therefore, start getting on people's heads and letting them know you tired.
Now, we're about to go from just talking about the politics of the immigration, and we're about to follow the money when it comes to the profits. Who's getting paid off of this ICE, President Trump, whole little show that they're doing? We've been following the politics. Now let's see who's profiting.
The private prison industry in the United States is in serious trouble, but they're finding ways to adapt, fight back, survive, in some cases actually thrive. One way they've done that is to focus on a population that the government is still willing to lock up in for-profit facilities. Immigrants. 8 out of 10 immigrants in ICE custody are in private detention centers. That means facilities like this one are more valuable to the business than ever. The Adelanto ICE Processing Center in Southern California, owned and operated by the GEO Group, is one of the most lucrative detention centers in the country. It's also one of the most infamous. Several detainees have died there. When federal inspectors visited the facility in 2018, they found egregious violations, including nooses in detainee cells and inadequate medical care. At the time, the GEO Group disputed some of the inspectors' findings while also taking steps to address them. In the 2.5 years that Jose Topete was detained at Adelanto, he filed several official grievances alleging instances of abuse and medical neglect. He says that once, after a surgical procedure, staff failed to clean and dress his wounds for days.
Nunca llegaron a desinfectarme, a darme ropa limpia.
¿Cuántos días transcurrieron sin recibir el cuidado?
Como 6 días. 6 días.
Topete says he finally got attention, but only after he got in touch.
Days. After surgery, they didn't clean that man's wounds but this is what's going to be taking place.
With the Mexican consulate, which complained on his behalf.
So, entonces me comienzan a decir, pues, nosotros agarramos un correo electrónico que según te estás muriendo, que te estás desangrando, que estás tirando mucha sangre. So, me hicieron bajarme la ropa ahí, enfrente de las security mujeres y enfrente de todos los detenidos. So, yo me bajé la ropa. So, cuando me bajo el pantalón y miran todos mis calzones llenos de sangre, uno de ellos grita, ¡ah! So, entonces ya cuando ellos vieron que era verdad lo que yo había reportado, se me acercaron y me dijeron, por favor, otra vez que pase algo, no reportes nada para afuera.
No.
Habla con nosotros aquí. Porque lo que hacen adentro es cubrir. Todo el personal de GEO, incluyendo ICE, se cubren entre ellos mismos. Pues ahí en esa compañía lo que les interesa es hacer dinero nomás.
In a statement, ICE said they ensure detainees are treated humanely and provided appropriate medical care. The GEO Group said they strongly deny these allegations, which are being advanced by radical special interest groups with a...
Now remember, don't let this slide by. Did we not just look at the stock of the GEO Group that buys prisons across the country? Remember we talk about the privatized prisons? And one of the corporations we just looked at was the GEO Group. One of the GEO groups are in cahoots with ICE. I'm gonna say this again before we go any further into this. We're following the money. ICE and GEO and privatized prisons are one. Literally, you're gonna see that tonight. So while you guys are making, they're getting all those immigrants out of here. No, they ain't. They locking up the Haitian brothers, the brothers from Barbados, our Cuban brothers and sisters. Anybody that got a complexion getting locked up. They already down in Mexico. I mean, they're already down in PR in Puerto Rico. I was looking at that yesterday. They are already down in Puerto Rico. If you are down in Puerto Rico illegally. Now, remember, this is the same President Trump when the hurricanes ran through Puerto Rico and tore everything up, didn't send Puerto Rico a mother dime. Didn't claim Puerto Rico, act like he never saw Puerto Rico, never heard of a Puerto Rico, didn't know about a Puerto Rico. Now you got this Trump. He want to have ICE run all through Puerto Rico. Why? Because of these privatized prisons that are in cahoots. We're following the money, gentlemen. You guys can follow the politics again once we get done with this live stream. But when you get done with this live stream tonight, you're going to know why Biden let in 12 million people. Why, if Trump said, once again, we're going to look at the numbers for those who weren't here. Trump said that he wants over 1,500 people to be rounded up every single day across the country, right? 1,500. You calculate 1,500 by 365 days. That is 547,500. 547,500 every year. You just take the Trump administration 4 years of doing this every day. The hell that y'all living every day. So stop crying that it's only happened. Oh, what's going on? You about to live that hell for 4 years. They gonna kick in your neighbor's doors, and your coworkers and your kids gonna be traumatized because they gonna see their little classmates drug out of school. So you think that it don't impact you until your daughter, your little 7-year-old daughter, is in class and her friends being snatched out by ICE in kindergarten. It don't impact you until your little daughter, or your little son got a Latin girlfriend who he loves so much, and all of a sudden your son come home from school. What's up, boy? Dad, they done snatched up Maria. Who? ICE came to school and snatched up a bunch of my friends. See, you think it only impact you now because it just only been a couple weeks. This is about to take place in the United States, according to the president, who signed it into the process, executive ordered it, that every year while he is president, almost 550,000 people must be either locked up or deported in the United States. And you know they ain't sending everybody to the border to walk away, and you know they ain't gonna fly everybody out. Why? It's 12 million people. Because if you calculate 4 years of locking up 550,000 people every year, that's only 2,200,000 people. Trump, what y'all gonna do with the other 10 million people? Trump, you gone. You out of office. It's been 4 years. What Americans, black Americans, what y'all think they gonna do with the other 10 million people? It's 12 million that got in. So y'all gonna live that hell every day. Ride it out. You want to be my country, 'tis of thee? Ride it out. You voted for Trump. I ain't voted for this. I just want to, like one dude said, he said, I just voted for eggs, the price of eggs to come down. I didn't vote for people to be kicking in doors. Let's continue to follow the money, gentlemen. Yeah, they didn't see this part. See, we used to politicians lying to us as black people. We know that they lying. We know who to vote for and who not to vote for. We kind of vote the lesser of two evils type of thing. Latin people, they assume that if I vote white, it must be right. See, I'm gonna tell you something I was talking to Andrea about before we go any further. You know what the biggest problem with you Latin people? Y'all ready? Hear me out. Y'all worship white people. I don't know one Latin group, Colombians, Mexican, Panamanian. I don't care one Latin group. I don't care if it's the Panamanians, they mainly black. I don't care if it's Costa Ricans. I don't care if it's El Salvadorians. I don't care if it's, y'all worship the shit stains of white people. It ain't a Latin group that can tell me that you don't. Because we as dudes with passports, we follow y'all. See, you could tell it to black people that's only in the States. And it looked like y'all come together and y'all cool with each other. But now that we travel to your countries, Brazilians, Venezuelans, Colombians, Mexicans, y'all greatest dream is not to go to America. Y'all greatest dream is to go to America and pass for white. Y'all the most Sex in the City friends watching Seinfeld, watching mother we ever do. White Americans don't watch Seinfeld no more, but your Latin ass do. White Americans ain't watch Sex in the City in forever, but y'all Latin asses do. Y'all be watching some goddamn Friends all day long. Ain't nobody watching that shit no more in the United States. But all these goddamn Latin countries, y'all worship the fucking ground white people walk on. Us black people, we know how grimy many white people are. Not all, but many white people are. So we know to kind of like keep a distance, not trust everybody so easily. Y'all don't. So y'all thought y'all could not only come over here and get a new life, but you also thought you could come over here and act like you was white. All y'all thought if I vote for the white man gonna vote for me. And black people tried to tell y'all, listen, Kamala don't know that much. She ain't the best of the best. But guess what? Under Kamala, Latin people, y'all got like 15,000 food stamp card. Then y'all got like 5,000 in cash. Kamala may not been the best, but y'all sat back and y'all also got housing vouchers. They made homeless shelters out of expensive hotels for your ass. You told Kamala, listen, I know you did all that. You opened the borders. I got a chance to reunite with my mama I ain't seen in 20 years that's been in the United States. I got a chance to get food vouchers, free clothing, free medical. But Kamala, is one problem. Even though you did all this for us as Latin people, you ain't white. Latin people, y'all would rather get zero and kick the fuck out the country and vote for a white man than to sit back and have enough damn sense to vote for the people that gave y'all all those subsidies. And now they locking your ass up, and you think black people gonna feel sorry for you? No, my friend, no. We've been telling y'all for years, especially since we got passport, since y'all want to worship the white man, go ahead and see what the white man about for real. Welcome to the American white man. Latin people, welcome to America. Welcome. You thought because, especially you light-skinned or machista whites, you thought Latins, you thought because you could pass for white, and because in your country you get respect as if you white in your country. See, if you're in Colombia and you Andrea's complexion, you get more respect than the Afro-Colombian sisters. So you think because you get treated so well in your own country for being light, bright, damn near white, that was gonna work in America. Light skin Latins, y'all gonna learn something today. Y'all niggas, y'all 100% no artificial coloring, no meat byproduct, 8 essential vitamins and minerals, part of a complete breakfast niggas. All them years you watched us from the late 80s all the way to the 2000s. You watched us while you was in your countries or you were in America and you eating your arepas or taco, and you watching all the black people getting locked up. Oh, wow, look at all those black people in the prisons. And you never thought it would happen to you because you worship white people. How's that working out now? How does that FAFO feel? How does that FAFO feel right now, Latin people? Could y'all put that in the comments? Could y'all put that on TikTok? How does that feel when fuck around and find out? Feels when you fuck around and find out. I bet y'all be y'all be getting y'all ass off them planes, telling all your other Latin families once you get back to Colombia, don't be worshiping white people. It ain't what you think it is. It is not what you think it is. Whatever we saw about white people on TV, that is just on TV. Go ahead. We love to hear what y'all got to say about white people once they ship y'all asses back to the United States or put y'all in the prison camps and make y'all go to work. We about to hit all this. We following the prophets. Forget the politics. Today we following who gonna be making money off of this immigration. And the worst thing that I cannot stand is when I see people not only want to go to America to make a better life. I respect that. But a lot of y'all Latins go to America because you worship white people based off of what you saw on television. And you thought black people were bad based on what you saw on television. Then you got to America and you found out, shit, black people got money. They got nice cars too. See, you think because the Afro-Colombian ain't got that much money, and the Afro-Venezuelan and the Afro-Brazilian ain't got that much money, that black people in the United States must be just as broke as the Afro-Colombian and the Afro-Ecuadorian or the Afro-Mexican or our Cuban brothers and sisters. No, Latin Negroes, no. You got to the United States, you found out that black people got poor. Black people are the ones that invented FAFO. And we use it You came to America, you thought you was going to come and just see us struggling and fighting for rights like you see in Colombia with among the black pop. No. We are in a position as black people where we ain't got to give a fuck about what you talking about Latin people. Those are Latin people in your country that you treat like shit. In our country, we still the shit. So now, Latin people, F-A-F-O, you done fucked around and found out what we already knew about white people, especially white politicians. And all you brothers that want to sit back and white worship Trump, fuck out my face. Are you serious? That's why I say stop focusing and worshiping politicians and get this profit. Get in the next 4 years, could you sit back? I dare any of you Trumpeteers, do me, especially you black dudes, black women, I dare you do one thing in the next 4 years. Shut the fuck up about Trump and make some money. Can you do that? Can you just take your little Trump flags and hats and all that, toss that shit in the closet because you can't use it again. You can't run for office again. You might as well toss that shit in the garbage. All your Trump hats, all that you might as well toss that shit in the garbage. He cannot run for president again. So that shit ain't no good. Could you do me a favor? All you brothers and sisters, I'm putting out a request. This is a call to order. Could you do the rest of us black people a favor? Shut the fuck up and make some money. I would rather listen to what you got to say about making money than listen to what you got to say about Trump or Biden or Kamala or Obama. Nobody gives a fuck no more. Nobody in the black community is being tricked anymore to focus on politics like you trying to trick us. All you Trump fans, shut the fuck up. You voted for Trump, cool, I did too. But at least I know to shut the fuck up and make this money. In 4 years, watch what happened with us. In 4 years, your boy Trump gonna be gone, and ain't nobody gonna be talking about his ass. You better hope that old motherfucker stay alive until for the next 4 years. He is an old dude. Some of you dudes keep forgetting Trump old than a motherman. That's somebody's paw. He wasn't senile like Biden, but him and Biden dancing in the same party, in the same graveyard. I don't know why you trying to act like Trump ain't in the same graveyard dancing with Biden, trying to pick out plots and shit. Trump supporters, just do. I don't care what the white Trump supporters say. I don't care what the Latin, the Asian, blacks. I'm talking to black men and women. If you are a Trump supporter, if you're a real Trump supporter, do the rest of the black community a favor. Shut the fuck up and make some money for the next 4 years. Then you can talk some shit. If you still talking about Trump in the next 4 years and you only got, in 4 years, you got a $2.73 raise, but you sat up there worshiping politicians, while those of us who knew to shut the fuck up, even though we voted for him, we made money, who's the damn fool? Shut the fuck up. Your family done ostracized you. Your co-workers don't want to talk to you no more because that's all you do is worship Trump. Your sad chick, she don't fuck with you no more because you done went crazy on Trump. You done fucked up the sad pussy. Sad pussy listen to everything. You done fucked up sad pussy in the States. Sad pussy? Sad pussy is the easiest pussy. They listen to everything. They ain't trying to hear Trumps. You damn trumpets, they ain't trying to hear you. Sad pussy to put y'all to the side. Ain't nobody fuck with you. Your brothers don't talk to you no more. Cousins don't talk to you no more. They looking at y'all like KKK and shit. Trumps, all you Trumpeteers, for real, I'm being straight serious, no jokes. For the next 4 years, do the rest of the world a favor. Shut the fuck up and get this money. But you won't. You won't. Why? Because you can't tell black people shit. And that's why there'll be some of us that make money, and some of us will still be waiting around for a fucking raise every year. I'll say that again. That's why some of us will be over here making money, and the rest of you be crying about goddamn the inflation and the cost of living, and why don't they raise the minimum wage, and when am I gonna get a raise on my job? And then I got a raise. It was only $2.73 a year, but inflation is like $9.27 a year. You voted for him. I voted for him. But like I said, at least I got enough sense to shut the fuck up and make this money. Hell no, I ain't buy no damn Trump cologne. But your dumb ass will. Just like you bought the Trump shoes, that crazy ass Trump hat. You probably got you a red Trump tie and a blue Trump suit that you wear to church every Sunday. Dude, let that man just be president. He president. Let that man do his job. But your job as a black person is to shut the fuck up about it. Okay, you voted for Trump. We got it. Now make some money. Can you do something with it? That's like saying I own a Ferrari, but that motherfucker been stuck in the garage for the last 4 years. You ain't never drove it. I own a Ferrari. Okay. So when we gonna see this Ferrari? No, I got a Ferrari for real. Sure you do. Man, I've been owning this Ferrari for you got a Ferrari, you've been owning for 4 years, and you ain't never took it out. You ain't never Sunday drove it. You ain't never, like on a day when you know the streets will gonna be empty, and you ain't never took that motherfucker on the freeway. But you own a Ferrari. Nigga, please. You must think we Tom Tucker, that dumb motherfucker. That's how you dudes that are Trumps look like to average Americans. You trumpets, that's exactly how you look to average Americans. You talk as if your life gonna get better with Trump. Your life only get better if you do something, not if Trump do something. I know it just bust your head wide open then. And you, well, what the fuck? Am I supposed to do? Yes, your life, no matter who's president, gets better if you do something for you, not if a fucking dude. In the next 4 years, I could give less than a damn about what Trump does. I'ma still invest in crypto. In the next 4 years, I'ma still invest in dividend stocks. I'ma still invest in REITs, which is real estate stocks. I'm gonna still buy some property with my wife. We still gonna have some damn kids. We still gonna travel. We still gonna save for when I get old as hell. That ain't got a damn thing to do with whoever's in office. Nothing. That's what you should be focusing on. If you had to shut the fuck up, what would you do with your time, trumpets? Literally, if you had to just sit back and don't talk politics no more, and you can only talk about profits, some of you motherfuckers will be lost. You need a cause. Trump is your cause to stay broke. You need a cause. You need to be a victim. You need to be able to say, you know what? I'm so glad Trump is president. And you ain't made no money. Trump president, and how many stocks y'all done bought since Trump became president? All you damn trumpets. How much crypto did you buy? All you damn trumpets that's running around talking about Trump all the time. How much crypto did you buy? How much land did you buy in the last 3 months since he been president? All you damn trumpets. That's always. How many business loans that you apply for? How many grants did you apply for? How many certifications did you get with Theo's class and International Passport? Shout out to my man. Make sure you subscribe to International Passport's channel. How many y'all went on here? All you damn trumpets that's always talking about Trump all the damn time. How many certifications you got? You ain't got an AWS certification, not a Linux, Microsoft. You ain't got you ain't certified to do shit. You ain't got the HVAC. So you ain't got that. You ain't got the certification to be a truck driver. You ain't got that. You ain't done. So you ain't done shit in the last 3 months with your life, but sit around and worship a damn politician, waiting for a once a year raise on your job. And we are expected to listen to you ramble about this dude for the next fucking 4 years. No, I don't care if white people ramble about him. That ain't my community. I don't care if Latin people ramble about him. I don't care. Black folk, be like black women. Black men, be like black women. Shut the fuck up and get this money. Can brothers do that? Brothers, can we do that? It ain't too often you will hear sisters say, we gonna shut the fuck up. Normally, sisters gonna be talking their tail off about something, right? Why is it that sisters finally saying, you know what, we gonna shut up? This is not our fight. And they are getting this money. They are getting their passports. They are traveling. They are buying property everywhere. Every time I turn around on TikTok, it's a sister that bought some property in a place where you was buying some pussy. I'm gonna say that again. Every time I go on TikTok, there is a sister that got her passport and went and bought some property in the same damn country, city, or island that you've been buying pussy for 10 years and you ain't bought shit. But you crying about you voted for Trump. Don't nobody give a fuck what you voted for. All you Trump dudes, do not be putting no more Trump shit in the comment section of this channel no more unless you made some money off of it. Come back next year and say, hey, Dre, guess what? Since Trump been president, I got a tax break and I've made blah, 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 blah. I'm with you on that. You took advantage of the tax breaks. You bought you some businesses or some cryptos. You got you some loans. I'm with you on that because you making money. But if you come back here next year still talking that Trump bullshit and you still on a regular ass job waiting for a regular ass raise and talking about some regular ass president that ain't doing no different than the other presidents that you lived through, I'm gonna talk about your ass. You think I'm talking about you bad tonight? Wait till next year when everybody else is making money. You still talking about that Trump bullshit. Waiting around for a goddamn raise. Talking about some Trump. I couldn't care if it was Biden, Trump, Bush, Clinton. My job is to focus on making Andre's life better. And if you can't do that, that's because you're so busy ignoring yourself, focusing and worshiping these damn politicians. You just as bad as the goddamn Latins that come over to America that worship white people. You are no different. You dudes that worship politicians, you are no fucking different than Latin people that worship white people. And we know they ass worship white people. They worship their ass. And some of you dudes, some of you brothers worship fucking politicians to no ends. And you done lost your family and your friends doing that shit. And everybody look at you like you weird and odd and crazy. Everybody look at you like they look at you like they look at Kanye with that damn mega hat on back in the day. So do the rest of us black people a favor. Shut the fuck up about whoever's president and get this money with the rest of us. If you got some financial tips to put in the comment section, put that shit in there. But nobody want to hear nothing about goddamn Trump no more. That shit is dead. Dead. He can't run no more. Take that goddamn red ass hat. You look like a goddamn fool anyway. Got this man rich off of hats. This man is rich because he hold the patents to some fucking hats. This man sat up there. Do you know that this man sold inaugural tickets for $250 a piece? And then sold I think it was 50, 60,000 of them motherfuckers. Do you know after these rednecks got on airplanes, flew to DC, thinking they about to see the inauguration because the inauguration is outside with every president. That motherfucker Trump took all y'all money, including you brothers. You brothers act like rednecks sometimes. Took all y'all money. He had the inauguration on the inside and only a couple people were able to come in there and be on the inside. You motherfuckers. He got y'all for all y'all motherfucking money. Inauguration gonna be on the inside? What do you mean? You know what the fuck he mean? Hell yeah. Sisters, passport sisters? Shit. Man, women, man, sisters doing it. If you want to be mad about some shit, go ahead and Google passport sisters. And you'll see a lot of sisters that they'll complain about, I can't find love in this country, or it's racism in that country. I can't stand the racism. I can't find the love. And we laugh at them. Passport sis can't find love. Passport sis dealing with racism. That same passport sis went to another country and bought 3 pieces of property. That same sis went on ahead and opened. She got racism in one country. She went to another country and she opened up 2 businesses. Our bitch asses ain't deal with no racism in no country on a major scale. We just spend our money on fun, bitches, fun. If we could get a calculation on how much money the average motherfucking U.S. black man has spent in Cartagena, it's in the fucking millions. We done put millions into the pockets of goddamn Cartagena, Colombia, and ain't bought shit. It's a couple people that own some hotels and a couple Airbnbs. That's it. We put millions into the economy of Cartagena and ain't bought shit. And you think I'm supposed to sit up here and dance with y'all talking about some fucking Trump. Okay, chumps. That's for real. Yeah. Oh yeah, dude sleeping on a DeepSeek. The AI. Come on, you know I know. You know I know, boy. Let's get back to the video, gentlemen. Let's get back to the video. Once again, we're following the money.
Politically motivated agenda. In 2019, right when the contract for Adelanto was due to run out, California passed a law banning new contracts for private detention centers of any kind. This was an existential threat to the facility, possibly to the GEO Group itself. So the company moved quickly. Just 13 days before the ban was set to take effect, GEO signed a brand new 15-year contract with ICE, worth more than $2 billion.
Y'all see that? Y'all see that? The GEO Corporation that owned the prisons just in California, we just talking about the ones in California, signed a contract with ICE. Why? Because these prisons must have a capacity of at least 90% to stay in business under the government contracts. I'll say that again. When they build these prisons, they usually do a contract, whether it be state or fed, and they have them do a contract that it has to be over 90% occupancy at all times. There must be at least 90% of prisoners in that motherfucker. So who do I go to get me some prisoners? ICE, baby. Let's bring that beat back for you guys.
And provided appropriate medical care. The GEO Group said they strongly deny these allegations, which are being advanced by radical special interest groups with a politically motivated agenda. In 2019, right when the contract for Adelanto was due to run out, California passed a law banning new contracts for private detention centers of any kind. This was an existential threat to the facility, possibly to the GEO Group itself. So the company moved quickly. Just 13 days before the ban was set to take effect, GEO signed a brand new 15-year contract with ICE.
15-year contract with ICE.
Worth more than $2 billion.
$2 billion contract with ICE.
And it included a bonus, an additional 750 beds in a building next door, which the company used to run as a state prison. Back from the brink.
What do they mean by the contract with ICE? ICE needs somewhere to house all these people. So prisons have been bidding. Some of you guys know about this, but prisons bid for everything. Everything that you see in a prison that's not made by the prisoners is usually bidded for by outside companies. So ICE has a budget. I'll say this again. ICE has a budget. They've always had a budget. So companies can bid with ICE on, hey, we can do that job and house all those immigrants. Another company who owns prisons will come along. We can house all those immigrants. A third one will come along, put their contract bid in. We can do it. The GEO Group won in California a $2 billion contract. So when ICE come running through California, they got somewhere to house all these people. Not including, like he just said in the contract, they gave them an extra bonus. ICE gave them an extra bonus with the contract to be able to build a facility that can house an extra 750 people. Follow the money, gentlemen. Yep, that's Gavin. Gavin getting that money. Gavin trying to run for president. Gavin getting that money.
Adelanto was not only still open, it was now the largest private immigrant detention center in the nation. To pull this off, GEO needed the cooperation of the local government, but they encountered some unexpected resistance from a newly elected member of the city council named Stevana Evans.
How would you describe the relationship between GEO and the city?
I think between GEO and the city, it's a great relationship. GEO gets what they need, and they give the city a few crumbs, and the city's happy with that. But what's that worth?
At one point, Evans refused to sign some papers that GEO needed her to sign. She says the company flew its CEO, George Zoli, who earns more than $5 million a year, out to Adelanto.
Can you tell me more about that meeting with George Zoli?
It was very awkward and heated. He didn't understand why I wouldn't agree to this, and he's always done great things for the city, and they donate money here and there and all the things. Now, I don't remember exactly verbatim until the point where he, slammed his hands on the table, he's beat red, and he tells me, you don't sign these letters today, then I'm not going to pay you guys anything anymore, and, we're not going to be good partners with the city.
The company eventually got what it needed from the city.
In other words, she signed the papers.
And it spent some money in the process.
The ICE raids? Yeah, they're making people money. Meet GEO Group, a private prison company and ICE's top contractor. Since Trump took office, GEO Group's stock price has more than doubled.
Since Trump took office, follow the money, gentlemen. Stop following the politics, follow the money.
A call, GEO's executive chairman said that this is an unprecedented opportunity. Deportation,
correct,
an
Dave.
unprecedented opportunity. Last year, ICE granted GEO Group $747 million in contracts. Trump's mass deportation plan could boost that number by over $400 million. GEO Group specifically builds and runs detention centers and creates surveillance technology to monitor immigrants. But the scheme gets even more horrifying. GEO Group pledged $1 million to Trump's 2024 campaign. Pam Bondi, Trump's nominee for Attorney General, used to lobby for GEO Group. Clearly, the Trump team is ramping up ICE raids in part as a thank you gift to their good friends at GEO. Furthermore, GEO Group is staffed by former high-ranking ICE officials. Most recently, Daniel Bible moved from ICE to GEO. Last February, he was pressing President Biden to spend more money on ICE detention beds and surveillance technology, a move that directly financially benefited GEO Group. Now he is an executive VP at GEO Group. So ICE
Before she goes any further, absolutely correct. This is an inside job. Gentlemen, follow the money. Stop following the politicians. Follow who's making the profit. If you follow the profit, you'll see why all this is happening. If you follow the politics, you'll see what's on the news. You'll see Democrats versus the Republicans, left versus right, Fox versus CNN. All that is a distraction. All you do is just hollering Trump, Trump. That's a distraction. They love when you do that. All you do is that was hollering Obama, Obama, Obama. That was a setup for a distraction. Remember, as long as we was focusing on talking about, oh, look at Michelle, look at Barack, look at that couple, Mrs. Spence. Look at that couple with the beautiful daughters. As long as we were doing that, Obama was giving money to corporations. He was giving money to bail out everybody that got, all the corporations that got impacted by the housing market crash in 2008, 2009, 2012. He gave y'all, like, what was it? $200, $250 stimulus check that many of us didn't even know existed. Stop following these politicians and follow the prophet. If you learn anything, I told y'all by the time this live stream ends, you're going to know why all this is happening. And now you're going to watch the news completely different from just watching politicians. My man Dave said, invest in Geo. You might as well. I'm not investing in people going to prison. I promise you, by the time you get done with this video, you already do. I'm going to say this again. By the time you get done with this live stream, you'll realize that most of us already have been investing in the prison industrial slave market for years.
Officials are recommending the government give millions to a company and then turning around and working for that company, profiting off of their previous professional recommendations. It's basically a money laundering scheme, but one that tears families apart in the most traumatizing ways possible. And it's all being done to increase shareholder value. Evil. This is really horrifying. A massive new investigation has tied the biggest corporations in America, from Coca-Cola to McDonald's to Walmart, to prison labor, with some incarcerated people having 30% of their wages taken by the state for room and board, even though they're paid less than $3 an hour. I highly recommend you just read the AP's investigation because I can't get into all of it, but here are some pieces that I wanted to highlight. First, here are some of the brands that they are tying prison labor to. Goods these incarcerated people are producing are found in most American kitchens, Frosted Flakes to Coca-Cola products. A lot of this prison labor is basically forced labor. For a lot of these incarcerated people, if they refuse to work, they can jeopardize their parole or be thrown in solitary. A lot of times, incarcerated workers are excluded from protections guaranteed to almost all other full-time workers. What's terrifying about all this is that it is completely legal, made legal by our 13th Amendment, which says that slavery is not banned as a punishment for a crime. One of the sites of prison labor that they highlighted was the Louisiana State Penitentiary. It is bigger than the island of Manhattan and used to be a plantation owned by one of the largest slave traders in the U.S. The penitentiary houses 3,800 men, and 65% of them are Black. They do predominantly agricultural work, and they earn between no money and 40 cents an hour. This man, Willie Ingram, worked at Angola for 51 years, and he talks about workers passing out from the heat and guards beating the workers on the field. This is Faye Jacobs, who worked on a prison farm in Arkansas, and she said the only pay she ever received was 2 rolls of toilet paper a week, toothpaste, and a few menstrual pads a month. 2021, the ACLU found that labor tied specifically to goods and services produced through state prison industries brought in more than $2 billion. While these workers are getting treated like this, and they can't protest or form unions to fight back. There's a mentality that this is fair, that this is right. Here, this sheriff is saying, I don't feel like they should get paid. This quote was wild to me. The U.S. has blocked shipments of cotton coming from China, a top manufacturer of popular clothing brands, because it was produced by forced or prison labor. But crops harvested by U.S. prisoners have entered the supply chains of companies that export to China. Again, I highly recommend you read this entire article.
Okay, before we go any further, this is what she said in that last line, to paraphrase it. We still have cotton slave farms in the United States. I've already looked up several people that were giving their testimony of working in literal 1857 slave farm environments in the state of Texas, state of Alabama, state of Mississippi. Today, slavery has never ended in the United States, ever. Don't you ever think that's ended. That's one thing that y'all better not ever be fooled into thinking, and I mean that. It has never ended. They just put it in the 13th Amendment. So if you get incarcerated, FBI, ATF, DEA, Homeland, military, local police, fire department, paramedics, ICE. All these groups have the right to detain you. Moral rights of American, fight it in court. You can't arrest me, fight it in court. In front of a criminal judge, or sue us in front of a civil judge. We're going to lock you up anyway. Fight it in court. We need these bodies. And if you think I said paramedics by mistake, I said that on purpose. If you think I said even firemen by mistake, all you firemen, you know that firemen and paramedics know if somebody is deemed not mentally stable by any of you, you have the right to detain that person and lock their ass up in a medical facility or a hospital. Put it in the comment section if I'm lying. A lot of people don't know in the United States, when you call, grandma had a heart attack, usually the first person that comes out is not the paramedics, it's the fire department. That's why you always see a fire truck in front of a nursing home. Firemen come out first. Then if needed, the paramedics and the police come out. And if a person is mentally unstable and they acting crazy and acting erratic, they have the right to detain you. So all of you that think that it's just the local police and it's FBI and it's, they've got the right to lock your ass up. And they're building more, and you can research this, they're building more psychiatric facilities in the United States too. Do your homework. They plan on, if y'all think that they're just going to use crime to lock people up, no, they're going to use mental wellness also to lock y'all asses up too. A lot of these GEO, and all these other companies that we're going to see today, they're also investing in mental health facilities that need to be occupied at 90% too. You're going to be thinking it's the Stranger Things, everybody getting locked up for mental shit. He said, Dre, I got investment portfolio back on track, back to when Trump was president first time. He said, I asked you, I just checked my investment portfolio. It is just broke a milestone. Shout out to Maria Raymond being in the building. Yeah. GEO already ran up a ton just before Trump won the election. Folks already placed their bets on the mass deportations. It was at 14 with the 31 within 2.5 months. He said, I brought it up my former company when they tried to pressure us to donate to their PAC, their super PACs in regards to the elections. Before we go any further, let's take a look at the top 5. We looked at I'm going to send you the link to this article, guys, the top 12 prisons and law enforcement stocks. I'm going to drop the link to that. So that's the link. So you guys can see the first ones. Let's get ready to take a quick gander. take a gander at the next ones. Give me a second to pull it up. And then we're going to get back to the video. Let's share this on the screen, not the Trump cologne. For those guys that weren't here earlier, President Trump had pulled out his own cologne. Right. All right, but we're going over here, talking about the top 5. Best 5 prison and law enforcement stocks. So here we go. Let me blow this up a little bit for us so we can see it a little better. Let's scroll down. Let's get this out of the way. Get that out of the way. Okay. Let's take a look at them. Number 5, Palantir technician. Software intelligence. That's what they're into. They build and they develop. And they are part of the prison industrial complex. See, some companies aren't directly buying prisons, but they do so much business with prisons that they're considered. Think about it, hedge funds. 31 hedge funds support this. Let's go to the next one. Number 4, Annex Enterprise. They've got 31 hedge funds that support them. Let's see, it said on December 31st, investment advisory, Morgan Stanley maintain an equal weight rates on Annex Enterprise. And the stock raised price from 225. That stock is up there. I mean, 250 to 230 from 230. Oh, up to 250 from 230. This is a prison stock. Fix that. Let's go to number 3. Olean. They've got 32 hedge funds that support them. The stock was raised from 59 from 50. These stocks are going up, gentlemen. And like I said, some of you guys, that's not ethical to invest in prison stocks. Tell that to Trump. That's not ethical to invest in housing people. By the time, I promise you guys, by the time you get done watching this live stream tonight, all that you feeling that invested in stocks are unethical, you're going to realize you've already been investing in these type of stocks for years and helping these companies for years. And you're going to understand why I said years. That's number 3. Number 2, CI International. They got 33 hedge funds that support them. Support national security missions and government monitoring. I'm not monitoring, but modernization. This is their ticker number. Right there. And number 1, Leidos. They've got 37 hedge funds that support them. Provide services and solutions for defense, intelligence, civil, and health markets. All these stocks are booming, gentlemen. I'm going to drop you the link for this one as well. I can't do it. My religion won't let me do it. I got you. I used to think the same way until I started doing my homework and realized, even though I'm a Christian, some of you guys might be Islamic or Buddhist, I realized this, kid you not, After I did my homework, I didn't realize how much I was already investing in these prisons already. You're going to see that tonight. Absolutely. Bang. We support these prisons through the products we buy, isn't it? Yes, sir. You guys are going to be surprised tonight. Oh, I got the companies. You think I'm just talking about the prisons? Remember I said we're following where the money goes. We're following the profit. We know that ICE is arresting these immigrants. So here we go. Let's get started real quick before we go back to the video. So the first thing is Biden lets in 12 million people, right? Let him in 12 million. Why Biden? Why? Never told you, did he? Why? Because we were so busy following the politics, we never followed who was making money. None of us follow all these government contracts and all this. We were too busy just looking at Biden letting all these people in, right? Biden's gone. Trump, before he even gets elected, has already made deals with ICE and all these other corporations that were giving money to his super PAC. He had already been making deals with these people. You got 12 million people that need to be arrested. You can't arrest black people like that no more. Ain't nobody selling drugs like that no more. You know, you got drug dealers out there, but drug dealers are like if you're a drug dealer, dude, you kind of like, you done missed the boat. I don't care how much money you got as a drug. I make millions as a drug dealer. Dude, you have missed the motherfucking boat. You still selling drugs with all this technology out there to make legal money? So that era has already passed in the black world. So they're like, how do we fill these beds up? Because if we don't, these buildings are going to sit empty and we can't get government contracts. Enter the immigrants. The immigrants are thinking they coming to America, it's going to be a better world. And they flipping the bird to the people back home in their home country. We going to America, bitches. And they thinking it's going to be wonderful, right? Then part 2, follow the prophet. Stop following the politics. I know y'all gonna watch the news tomorrow. Y'all gonna keep on following the damn politicians. Y'all gonna keep on watching Fox, keep watching CNN. Stop following that shit. Watch it, but now you realize what's really going on. The money. Yes, sir. What a world. You say, Andre, which investment firm do you work with? I'm Vanguard. And then you're gonna see tonight, Vanguard. He said, I would have been with Edward Jones for a little while. Yeah, I was Vanguard and I was Fidelity. But I've been with Vanguard for like about 10 years. Yep, reopening Guantanamo. All these prisons are for a reason. Let's go back to the video.
Thank you to all the formerly incarcerated people that gave interviews about their experience.
He's turning Tyson's Foods. He's turning into Tyson Foods.
A hidden, intricate web links hundreds of popular food brands to work done by U.S. prisoners.
Tyson Foods is the #1 meat company in the United States. There are only 3 food corporations that run all foods in the United States. Tyson runs all the meat in the United States. Even if you don't see there's a Tyson label or Tyson brand, you go up the chain, you're going to find Tyson Foods. There are only 3. A lot of guys don't realize that. We see hundreds of products in our grocery stores. Do you know that there are only 3 corporations that run all the food in the United States? They've got subsidiaries and sub corporations and things like that, but the true holding companies, the #1 for food is Tyson Foods. And Tyson Foods are using incarcerated people to process your food. I've been doing that for years. Let's go back.
A 2-year Associated Press investigation found that everything from grains, meat, eggs, and milk had been grown, harvested, or produced by incarcerated people, and popular food brands to work done by U.S. prisoners. A 2-year Associated Press investigation found that everything from grains, meat, eggs, and milk
I want you to let that sink in. I've been knowing about this for a minute. That's why it was so easy for me to do the homework on this. Remember, I was incarcerated for 10 years. Think about it. I was incarcerated for 10 years, and I'm currently an immigrant in somebody else's country. Yeah, it's easy to say I'm an expat and all that stuff, but technically, I'm an immigrant. Even though I have my visa, my visa is like a 10-year visa. I'm good to like Andrea said, I'm good to 2000. I'm like 10 years. I think she said I'm good to. I forgot what year she said I'm good to. So even though I have my residence visa, until I become a citizen, I'm still an immigrant. So I know what it's like to be an immigrant, and I know what it's like to be in prison. That's why it was so easy for me to do the homework on follow the prophet. Don't follow the politics. But I don't have a course on it, brother. I really don't. I know somebody else probably has one. If you guys know anybody that has any information on how to invest in the stocks, because it's real simple. I mean, you can Google it as well as go on AI and ask them how to do it. But yeah, guys, your foods are made through prisons and processed.
Had been grown, harvested, or produced by incarcerated people. And their labor finds its way into the supply chains of some of the most recognized brands and largest.
Go ahead, fellas. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. These are the power players. These right here are the power players in our food. And they use prisons to grow, to process our foods. Oh, don't be surprised. Oh, see, us that have been in prison before, we ain't surprised. All you regular ass Americans that like to follow politicians instead of follow the prophet, you surprised. What? Yeah, I've been doing this for years. I've been doing this for at least 20 years. At least 20 years. Really, I've been knowing about it like 30, 40 years. Why? Because I did it. I was working in these industries. I was working in the prison. Yeah, I've seen 3 of these throughout the years. Absolutely correct. While they got y'all focusing on the politics and the politicians, follow the prophet. That's why I'm going to say this throughout the whole night, guys, because I know this live stream is going to come to an end, and you're going to go back subconsciously watching the news and following the politicians. For the next 4 years, stop following the politicians. Follow the prophet. The prophet is always the why they do it. Why is Trump signing this into law and not that? Why is he making executive orders on this but not that? Everything about Trump, since we got a businessman as a president, everything is about business. Can't be mad at the dude. It's about business. But if you ignore it and you start looking at him as a politician and not a businessman, that's your fault. He ran as a businessman both times. He told you, I'm going to give businessmen deals. I'm looking out for the billionaires. He told you that. He never told you he going to look out for you regular ass people. I don't know why y'all think that Trump and all these politicians are going to look out for you. He literally looked you in your face before you voted for him, and he told you, I'm really not going to do shit for you. All Trump, if you ever noticed this about Trump, all Trump ever talks about is how people see us in another country, in other countries. I want the world to see us as. I want the world to think of us as. I want the world to realize that we are. And y'all dumbasses be cheering. Yeah, that's right, Trump. The world should see us like we the shit again. We don't want to be embarrassed no more as America, which is cool. But Trump ran. He don't get them damn speeches to those $500 plate dinners, $1,000 plate dinners. He don't get that bullshit ass speech. He give you that bullshit ass speech while he's outside. America's gonna be great again. He'll go into his cronies that's got money. Listen, I'm gonna come out with these tax breaks. I'm gonna have listen. Get your house in order. When I win in a couple months, I'm coming out with these tax breaks during this month. Crypto, I'm talking to you. I got your back, crypto. Okay. Government contracts. I'm coming out with these government contracts. Hey, ICE, I need to talk to you. After everybody leave, ICE, when everybody gone, I need to talk to you. Yeah. Geo, you stay too. All you private prisons, I need for y'all to stay right here. When everybody else leaves the dinner, I need y'all to stay a couple extra hours. Do y'all mind? Okay, ICE, you stay here. Geo, all the rest of you privatized prisons, I need to talk to y'all privately. Okay, here's what we're going to be doing. Biden let their ass in. Me and Biden been talking. I'm in cahoots with Biden anyway. That's why he let them all in. Biden getting some of that ICE kickback and corporate kickback. I'm getting some corporate kickback. We all gonna get paid. Those are the conversations that they have, that Trump has with the corporations and the billionaires and the Elon Musks and all that. He don't talk to them about no goddamn make America great again. They don't give a fuck about that. Are you crazy? Half of their companies, the headquarters ain't even in the United States. Okay, if you want to Google some real shit, I want to go back to the video, but I would love to Google the major top countries, companies in the United States where their headquarters are. Y'all gonna be pissed to find out some of the top 500, Fortune 500 American-made companies, they headquarters ain't even in the United States and ain't been in the United States for years, like General Electric, Microsoft, Tesla. These companies' major headquarters ain't even in the damn States. For real.
I'm not black, I'm OJ.
Okay. Let's get back to the video. Yeah, people got to stop looking at the politicians, start looking at the profit. You follow the money, you find a lot of stuff. You guys about to learn a lot more tonight. Let's continue.
Food companies in the world. We followed as cattle raised at the Louisiana State Penitentiary were transported to a meat processor.
Cattle raised in the Louisiana State Penitentiary. Don't let that slide by. They always want to show you the cows once they get slaughtered, but they don't show you where they get raised, do they? They always want to show you the chickens after they lay the eggs. They don't show you where they get raised, do they? They always want to show you the tilapia once it's in the package. They don't even show y'all the prison farms where y'all get y'all tilapia.
In Texas. From there, the beef ended up in the supply chains of McDonald's.
Oh, y'all didn't know that? Y'all didn't know? Absolutely correct. One of the number one tax havens for major corporations is Ireland. Absolutely correct. Bingo, brother. Bingo. Y'all ain't know that prisoners was making y'all burgers for McDonald's and Burger King and Wendy's? Y'all didn't know that? When you go to McDonald's for years, your ass are supporting prison industrial complex. That's why I said when y'all talk about I ain't invested in no stock, why not? Your ass going to McDonald's, you going to Wendy's, all that shit is prison meat. I'm gonna let it sink in. Yes, I'm gonna rub it in as a pescatarian. I don't even eat that, but I'm gonna rub it in today. All that meat you eat is prison meat. You roll your ass up to Wendy's tomorrow, prison meat. You want to take your kids to get some McDonald's, prison meat. You want to take your kids to Burger King, cool, prison meat. And you've been feeding your kids prison meat for years. Your kid, your baby girl, that cute little girl ain't done nothing to nobody, and you feeding her prison food. Prison food. Let it sink in, Dad. Let that shit sink in. Now you want to talk about I don't want to invest in those stocks because I got morals. Your moral ass is feeding your kids Wendy's, McDonald's, Burger King, all that shit, and it all came straight from a prison.
Burger King and major grocery stores.
I felt like I had become a slave, a product of the convict system, because everything that I was doing was profiting the prison.
The 13th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution abolished slavery and involuntary servitude, except as punishment for a crime. We spoke to prisoners.
Before they go any further, you know why they did that? You know why the 13th Amendment was written the way that it was? Because after post-slavery, real quick, after post-slavery, you can look this up. After post-slavery, what ended up happening was you had something called sharecroppers. Remember, most of us still living in the South, ain't no massa. Slavery's ended. They do not have anybody that can run these farms. Slaves have been running to take care of these farms for years for these white people. So what they did, they said, let's share. I got the land, the tools and everything, and let's share. But white people, being white people, were grimy with it. So when it was time to harvest, they either robbed the people, conned the black people, or put the black people in so much debt. Like, you owe us for this. Oh, we let you use our tools, so you owe us for that. You living in the house that you used to live in as a slave, we're going to charge you rent for this. Oh, yeah, your kids need clothing and we paid for it. We charge you. So when harvest time came, for example, let's say harvest time came and the slave owner or the former slave owner, the sharecropper or their business partner, he made $50,000. And the black person may walk away in $5,000 in debt year after year. So they were like indentured servitude. So when the 13th Amendment came, they made sure they wrote it like, if anybody is in debt and they go to jail, debtor's jail, they can actually be released as a slave under the 13th Amendment. That means that you are once again a slave on the exact plantation that you were a slave on, became a sharecropper, and that person could come to the prison for you to pay your debt off. You had to work for that same plantation as a black person until you paid that debt off. And they purposely made sure you went to years of debt before they called the law to come pick you up. So instead of you being in debt for that, like that 1 year, they would have you in debt for several years and just sit back and won't say shit. And then they're like, okay, I got him in debt for like 7 years that he owes me. Then they'll call the sheriff, bam, he owes me. You go to debtor's jail. Then they will come and say, sheriff, we need to use him on our plantation. And now your ass, even though your family is still there, your ass got to be a slave all over again through prison. And that's why to this day, slavery is still legal in the United States if you're incarcerated. Take it from a dude that was incarcerated for 10 years. You are literal, nothing different between the time period that I was in jail in 1999. Let's put it like this, 1999 and 1799. Nothing different. How I got treated in the hot sun is the same way anybody else get treated in the hot sun. Now, fortunately, I was educated, so they put me in an indoor job. But my first month, I was out there in the fields. I was out there in the Burger King too. Yeah, you take your little baby girl, your little baby boy, this little man, this is my little man. I'm about to go get him burger. You feeding his ass prison burgers. Processed, the cow was raised, processed, chopped up, all of it by prisoners. It was raised on prison farms in prisons, and then it was sent over to be chopped up, and they had prisoners working in a factory to chop your meat up for your favorite restaurants, and for your grocery stores. Oh, we're not done, gentlemen. You about to learn a lot of shit. You might as well get your popcorn ready or your blindfold. Either way, you're going to learn some truth today. Let's continue on.
Who were working on the same plantation soil where slaves toiled more than 150 years ago. Many were making pennies an hour. Some were getting nothing at all.
She said these prisoners are working on the same farms that slaves worked on 150 years ago.
Others were being contracted out to private companies or taking part in work release programs. Prisoners can sometimes be punished for refusing to work, even thrown into solitary confinement.
Because anytime you bump it,
and if they are hurt on the job, they often have little recourse.
They aren't eligible for workman's compensation, nor are they protected by other worker safety laws because they're not considered quote-unquote employees.
We're going to have to figure out different ways to make our system a better system instead of just exploiting labor and then calling it crime prevention.
The agriculture sector is just a fraction of the overall prison labor industry, which includes everything from public works.
Before they go any further, you do realize, because I know some people will say this, well, you should have committed a crime. In many cases, yes. In most cases, you do not have to. There are people, you're going to see today, I'm going to give you a heads up today. Do you know that there are 40% of people in prison right now? 40% ain't seen one judge in the United States. Ain't seen one judge. So before you even run to that, well, should have did the crime, you wouldn't be in jail. There's people in jail right now ain't even seen a judge to even find them guilty or not. And here's another kicker. Most, if not damn near all, most people that are incarcerated, males, females, and juveniles, are for non-violent crimes. You in jail for 6 months on child support. Get your ass on that farm. You in a juvenile center. Kids for stealing a pack of 9-laters. Get your ass on that farm. Your daughter bounced a check. Get her ass on that farm. Most of America are non-violent offenders. Most Americans that's even incarcerated ain't hurt, ain't hit, ain't tossed, ain't aimed at, ain't deleted nobody. That's a small pool, but they'll show you on television as if everybody in prison are they criminal. Everybody in there fighting, tossing it up. Dude, everybody in prison ain't fighting every day. It's a madhouse here. It's war. The areas in the prison that's like that, they put them Negroes together. The rest of the prison, people just trying to do their time and go home. I'll say that again. That's one thing I can tell you about being in prison. Most people just trying to do their bit and go home. Ain't nobody out there rowdy. Y'all see people rah and people graping each other. And you think prison was just all day long. You wake up, it's gladiator school. Those areas, those little pods or those little areas that's gladiator school, yes. Most dudes in prison, like, I got 2 years, I'm trying to do my bit, take my ass home. Fuck what y'all talking about. Y'all over there fighting over the basketball court, have at it. Y'all fighting over the weights, have at it. Most dudes going in, they doing their job, getting them a little book, get them an education, or they try to fight their cases to try to get out of jail sooner. They ain't got no time for half of that shit y'all see on TV. Ain't nobody thinking about no damn drop the damn soap. If it was that much damn soap dropping, can't none of us take a shower. Kids, you know, man, they want y'all to think that everybody in prison just a monster. Once again, 40% of the people that's in your prison, that's making your McDonald's hamburgers, your Burger King, and your Wendy's, ain't even seen a judge yet. And let's go back to the immigrants. Let's follow the money. When I was in the feds in the 90s, they were locking up immigrants. I know dudes that was in there 2-3 years. Like the one dude said earlier when we first did the live stream, and he said he was incarcerated, the Spanish dude. He said, I was locked up for 2 years before I even saw a judge. I know dudes that were locked up for 2 years and never saw a judge. In federal prison with us that have already been convicted. Ain't never seen a judge. Don't know what a fucking judge look like. So when I tell y'all, don't go by the politics, don't go by what you see on TV, follow the fucking money, because what they're gonna do, the reason why all these complexes are opening up, what they're gonna do is house all these people until they can see a judge to see if they can stay or leave, or if they're a criminal, or if they did something in America. I'm telling you, dude. No, I wouldn't sit around like, this is the best food I ever had. Could you make that again for me? I am not leaving this prison until you guys make some more of that famishing food. It was trash. Trash. Let's go back to the video.
To stamping license plates.
They're learning a skill set. They're learning to be responsible for something. They're learning to pay back their debt to society.
Oh, watch the clip.
I learned that.
Look at this. Oh, y'all think this is a game? This right there. Y'all think, they got them out on horses. I want this to sink in tonight. This live stream, I want this to sink in. I want you to share this live stream with somebody. And let people know the truth. And stop sitting back just assuming, they just rounding these people up because they came into our country. They let them people in this country for a reason.
If I wanted to be better, I have to make my own way, basically. That the opportunities are here. They're not going to give them to me.
But prisons and corporations benefit from inmate labor. The goods wine.
Not y'all favorite store. I thought everything came from China. I thought it came from China. Like Trump would say. China. I thought it came from China. What? Not Walmart. Nah.
Wind up in the supply chains of giants like Walmart, Target, Whole.
What? Not Whole Foods, not prison food and Whole. You healthy talking motherfuckers. I don't eat that. All you healthy talking motherfuckers. I only eat at Whole Foods. Well, damn it, guess what? All you Whole Foods fans, your shit coming straight from prison too. Your shit coming straight from prison too. All your little Whole Foods snacks, snackables. Listen, I'm gonna talk shit on this live stream. Some of y'all might want to leave because shit will be talked. Because I've been knowing about this for like 20, 30 years. This is the first time I had a chance to really talk about it, because I keep trying to tell you dudes, when it comes to these politicians, they're all in cahoots. Biden let them all in. Bet 12 million immigrants. Trump is going to help corporations make money off of these 12 million immigrants.
Whole Foods and Costco, just to name a few. The AP also...
Don't let that Costco slide by you. All you Costco fans, you like to get your meat packaged that's in Costco, you get the bulk tilapia. Prison food. All you Americans eating prison food.
Also found American prison labor.
Talk about my prison food. Andre, you ate prison food. So did you.
Labor linked to the supply chains of multinational companies such as Cargill that export goods all over the world. This is happening even though Washington has banned imports and seized goods that were produced by prison or forced labor abroad.
And DHS is deeply concerned by credible and growing reports of China's state-sponsored use of forced labor and other human rights violations.
Oh, China doing it too. A lot of stuff y'all ship over to the United States, get shipped over to the States. China prisons. Oh, yes, brother. Yes, yes.
In the Xinjiang region.
Several companies told the AP they have policies in place restricting suppliers from using incarcerated workers. Cargill acknowledged buying goods from American prison farms and said it would determine next steps. Others said they would look into the AP's findings, which revealed just how much prison labor touched.
Oh, y'all all in the grocery store eating prison foods. All in Walmart. Y'all just enjoy. How does that American prison food taste? Y'all wonder why y'all food is so unhealthy? Y'all wonder why the food is so unhealthy in America? When you wake up in the morning and open up your refrigerator, you eating the same damn prison food that I ate. The same thing. Mine wasn't healthy, and neither is yours.
As many of the foods we eat.
So Mississippi introduced a new anti-immigrant bill, and everyone's talking about the fact that bounty hunters will be paid $1,000 for every undocumented person they bring in, but this bill does so much more than that. Yes, this bill does give licensed bounty hunters the ability to go after undocumented people and get paid $1,000 per person they bring in. But something...
Think about if you're a bounty hunter. If you collect 10 people, that's $10,000. Bounty hunter is going to be acting a damn fool.
In this bill that's not being talked about a lot.
This is your America. This ain't mine. Mine, when I left America, a little different, but this is your America.
Is that this bill would make being undocumented in Mississippi a crime punishable by life in prison without parole. This is a way to enslave people who have done nothing.
Life in prison without parole for being an immigrant. Let me pull something up while he's talking.
Nothing wrong except come to the U.S. for a better life.
I told you I'd never.
These immigrants are going to spend most of their life in a detention center working. Yep. And on top of all that, this bill would also make it a crime if you try and help an undocumented person get away from a bounty hunter. You will be forced to pay $1,000 and spend up to a year in prison. This is fascism at work. Put people in forced labor camps, detention centers, and criminalize and imprison anyone who tries to help undocumented people. And remember, just being undocumented in the U.S. is not a crime. It is a civil violation, but the Trump administration and the rest of the U.S. is trying to turn it into a crime. This is just the government going after vulnerable people to turn them into slaves. And to keep up with news stories like these, please follow my newsletter, check out my podcast, or one of my other social media sites, link in bio.
And if y'all think it's a joke before we go to the next one, let me pull something up for you. I always come with the receipts. Andre got them damn receipts again. Here we go.
Kay Ivey has some strange.
This was during COVID. During COVID, when everybody was getting stimulus money, guess what Alabama governor did with the stimulus money?
Strange thing she wants to do with Alabama's $2 billion education budget surplus. Now, you might think she put it towards school upgrades and making sure that the kids had universal breakfast and lunch, but oh no, not her. Alabama lawmakers are about to consider spending a lot of the state's educational funding on things that aren't exactly classroom and teachers. This right here. This week, Governor Kay Ivey gave lawmakers her proposed budget for the $2 billion surplus in state education funds. At least $331 million of that money will go to projects and expenses unrelated to schools and teachers in the classroom. We cannot make this stuff up. Put up her smug shot, because this is it. This is this chick. The proposed ETF supplemental budget includes, let us show the people what they need to know, $31 million to the Mobile Airport Authority. Yup, that got everything to do with damn schools. $25 million for the Port of Alabama for coal loading and unloading of equipment. That has everything to do with schools. $25 million to the Montgomery County Commission. $12 million.
Let's go back because it's a shorter one I want to show. This is, I think this is the one. Here we go.
Yeah, guys, so the big thing here lawmakers are going to be diving into next week is infrastructure and looking at a major prison.
It was September 2021.
Construction project. But some argue building new facilities is just one piece of addressing issues with Alabama prisons. All eyes will be on the state capitol as Governor Kay Ivey calls lawmakers back to Montgomery to focus on one topic: prisons.
Federal courts had lawsuits against us, and they're getting closer and closer to wanting to intervene. And that's something we just cannot let happen.
The Department of Justice has sued Alabama over conditions in state prisons. But it's not just aging infrastructure. Some say understaffing and overcrowding need to be addressed as well. Other reforms are also necessary. The prison problem is an issue that lawmakers have tried to tackle in the past.
I think the dialogue's different. I think there's also a sense of urgency.
Former state lawmaker and the director of Alabama's Bureau of Pardons and Paroles, Cam Ward, is optimistic about the special session.
Okay, before they go into, so I laid the foundation. They're talking about that Alabama prisons are in trouble and they need help and need help fast. The federal government has sued the state of Alabama because their federal prisons aren't up to par. So here's what happens because of that.
In the show, we'll soon see big changes to Alabama's prison system. Today, Governor Kay Ivey signed off on the state's prison infrastructure bills passed by both the House and the Senate. But where is the money coming from? Kanisha Dees has the details on this week's Verify segment.
On Friday, lawmakers approved a $1.3 billion construction plan to build more prisons. Governor Kay Ivey signed House Bills 4, 5, and 6, passed through State House and state senators in a bipartisan effort. However, the votes drew criticism because of the belief that COVID relief funds are being used to do this.
The money that was supposed to go to y'all in Alabama for COVID, she took that money and built prisons.
Is this true? Let's verify. Our sources are State House Representative Laura Hall for District 19, Alabama State Legislature, and Governor Kay Ivey. I reached out to State Representative Laura Hall, who voted no on all three bills. She says the $400 million is from COVID relief funds, and the decision to spend the money this way was from Governor Kay Ivey, the finance director, and the chairs of House and Senate General Fund Committee. If we take a deeper dive into House Bill 5, it states lawmakers can use the American Rescue Plan Act funds because of the state revenue lost during COVID-19.
So all the money that was supposed to go to stimulus checks in housing and rent in Alabama that the Fed sent through Biden, she built prisons with it.
In her signing ceremony today, Governor Ivey said this.
Achieving an Alabama solution to our problems rather than a federal ordered court mandate was paramount.
Good old-fashioned old white people never let you down when it comes to money, do they? Good old-fashioned old white people never let you down. If you know anybody that's gonna mess up some money, find you some old white people.
And y'all, that's what happened today and this week. Addressing these challenges through the construction of new prison facilities is the legal and fiscally sound thing for us to do.
For a closer look at House Bill 5 and related bills, head on over to fox54.com. So we can verify that, yes, $400 million of the American Rescue Plan Act, known as COVID relief funds, are being used to pay for 2 prisons in Alabama. With this Verify, I'm Kanisha Dees, Fox 50.
Now we fast forward to 2024. Yeah, I noticed that. Not a black person in sight. But when they were showing the prisons, it was all cameras on brothers. United States is still a corporation, and it doesn't matter who's in the White House. Absolutely correct, Montrez. Absolutely correct. Let's go back to our other video.
First ever private prison we built in America was only 40 years ago in 1984. Like if I were to ask you right now, we're having a conversation at dinner, when do you think they built the first ever private prison in America? What would you say? You'd probably say 100 years ago, 80 years ago, only 40 years ago. It was in Texas. Do you know from that moment till today, here's stats for you. Here we go. The imprisoned population increased from 1984 till today, 194%.
Don't let that slide by you. It's not a coincidence that our incarceration, remember, these private prisons must have a 90% occupancy to stay in business. A 90% occupancy. See, some of you guys think that when a dude is eligible for parole and they don't let him go on parole, he must have did something wrong. A lot of times they don't let you go on parole or probation because they need your body in that bed. A lot of times, a lot of you dudes sit back and say, Judge gave her 30 years. Judge gave her 30 years to be in privatized prisons and work on prison farms. Judges and most attorneys do not care anything about justice in the United States. We can do a special just on judges and attorneys. It is all. When my brother just said that United States is a corporation, y'all kind of take that for granted. And I've been saying it for years. Y'all kind of like, oh yeah, right, Andre. And then the live stream goes off, and then you go live your life, and then you come watch Love Crossing Borders again. No, the United States of America is literally a business. You literally live inside of a business. I can't tell you about other countries, but I can tell you about my country, 'tis of thee, the country that I love like you do. It is you live in a business. It's as if you don't get off work. Everything is centered around making a profit off you. Whether it be taxation, off you. Inflation prices, off you. Convincing you to buy a product that don't mean nothing, off you. It's literally a business to where you make money and they make you or convince you on how you spend this money. It's a business. It's a corporation. It's a business. The United States is one of the few countries in the world that's literally, you can look up the incorporation number. It's literally a corporate. The United States is literally one of the few countries that's incorporated. I'm trying to get you guys to realize the brother is not lying. You are literally living inside of a company, literally inside of the matrix, literally inside of the matrix. That's why its nickname is called the Matrix, because you live inside of it, but you think that you're not living inside of it, but you are. So it's not a coincidence that in 1984, right around the time that hip hop took off, right around the time privatized prisons came around, and I don't want you to forget what I just said, right around the time that hip hop took off, all these prisons were built. Right around the time with the Eazy-E's in the West Coast, and then you had the thugism of hip hop. All of a sudden, these prisons start getting filled.
While the country's overall population has increased by only 36%. What? And then I go up and I look at more data. Oh, we got a lot of stuff to talk about private prisons today. U.S. population is only 4% of the world's total population. However,
have I not said that 100 times over for all you guys that don't know? The U.S. Have you guys ever heard me say the 4%ers? When I was at the Black Manosphere Conclave, I kept saying, for all you guys that want to follow the 4%ers, for all you guys that want to stay around the 4%ers, if you ever hear me on this live stream use the term 4%ers in the future, now you know what I mean by 4%ers. The United States only makes up 4% of the world's population. That means that every time you believe some shit in the States, you try to act like the rest of the world is like that. No, only 4% of the planet is like that. Only 4% of the planet eats the shit you eat. Only 4% of the planet deals with the water that you drink. Only 4% of the planet women are stressed the fuck out like your women are stressed out. Only 4% of the planet kids go to the type of school that your kids go to. 4% of the planet. While y'all running around trying to convince women in America to love me, American woman, please love me. Look, girl, what you need from me? Sister, what you need from me? Love me, sisters, just love me, just love me. You're trying to scream at 4% of the sisters in the world, while you got 96% of the sisters in the world that will love you and appreciate you. And your dumb ass trying to spend all your money trying to convince the fucking 4%ers. Some of you dudes are jumping off bridges for the 4% women. Some of you dudes are spending up all your money. Some of you dudes are jealous. Some of you dudes are fucking stalkers right now. Once you leave this live stream, you about to get in your car and stalk some chick down the street that you used to fuck for a month. You done lost your hair. Your hair that went gray, then bald. All that bullshit. You went through child support. You've been locked up in jail for child support. You done had to go to divorce courts. You lost your house, your car, your kids, a new dude in that house, fucking a dog shit out of your ex-wife because you decided to fall in love in a country full of the 4% of women in the world. Let that shit sink in. 96% of the world's women are out here and your ass is falling in love and losing all your shit in a country with a almost 60% divorce rate. Just so you could be among the fucking 4%ers. Let that shit sink in while you sleeping at night. Since you'd have lost everything. That's why I don't be feeling sorry for you dudes that date in the States. I don't feel sorry for your ass high ass divorce rate. You think I feel sorry for your ass? You taking these chicks out to Ruth Chris. You got your ass out to Ruth Chris, and I'm supposed to feel sorry for you? Cause you trying to impress a 4%er? You think I feel sorry for you Birkin bag buying motherfuckers? I don't care if you're rich. I'm still laughing at your ass. You trying to impress chicks, 4 fucking percent of the planet. 96% of the women in the world is fine as fuck don't even live in the States, and you losing your marbles over a bitch that's a 4%. Y'all motherfucking crazy. Y'all crazy as hell. Y'all see, I'm serious. Hey Sean, I'm serious, man. Y'all losing your mind over 4% of the bitches? Dude, eat 4% of a pizza. Drive to work and just drive 4% of the miles. Put on 4% of a shirt today. Yeah, when you get done taking your shower tonight, put on 4% of a damn shirt. Let your boss give you 4% of the paycheck that he owe you. Go and drink only 4% of the water that you're supposed to take in every day. Just drink 4%. Eat 4% of the food on your plate. That shit look crazy, don't it? A 4% a shirt, driving only 4% to your job, 4% of the way. Eating only 4% of your food and throwing it away. That looks crazy, don't it? It looks just as crazy when us who got passports look at y'all ass losing your fucking marbles over chicks in the States that only 4%, having 5 or 6 baby mamas is only in 4%, going in and out of jail, losing money on child support for a bunch of ass women that don't give a damn about you. 4%, and you got 96% of the women in the world ain't even in that country. And you think I'm supposed to feel sorry for you because you wanted to stay among the 4%ers. You want to stay in the States. 4%. I want you to let that shit sink in. Let that shit, I want it to hurt. Not hurt, hurt. Let it sink in. Your dumb ass is losing your mind, stressed out. My baby mama, she shouldn't even be your damn baby mama. God told you in 2011, get your passport and get the fuck out the country. How the fuck you got 3 kids since then? God, you prayed when times was tight. God said, I'm gonna give you a job, I'm gonna give you a car, I'm gonna give you a place to stay. I need you to go get a passport, and I'm gonna show you the rest of the world. What did you do? You got you a job, check, car, check, got your place to stay, check, and start fucking 4%ers. Now you got 3 kids in the United States and paying child support out the ass. And you think I'm supposed to feel sorry for you when God told your black ass to leave back in 2011? No, I'm laughing, nigga. You crazy. I'm laughing at you motherfuckers. I am laughing. I am laughing. I'm having drinks. I'm traveling the world with my wife because among you motherfuckers want to hang out with the 4%ers. Cool. Keep your ass where you at. Keep your ass right where you at. You damn right I'm laughing. Shout to T-Mac with his foreign children. Shout to brothers that having children in other countries. Yeah. And I ain't talking about the kids. We ain't talking about the kids. You know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about you not listening to what God got to say. You keep your ass among the 4%ers because she's so fine and she got a big ass. I bet you them fine ass sisters that you fucked in the United States, they ain't fine as these Afro-Colombians, are they? I bet you your finest bitch in the United States, the finest one, ain't as fine as them Afro-Brazilians, are they? The finest pussy that you ever got, I bet you they ain't fine as some of them sisters in the 54 countries of Africa, are they? Your bitch is fine. I bet you she ain't fine as some of them Blasian chicks in Southeast Asia. Bet that. I bet you she ain't bad as some of them chocolate sisters in Cambodia. Bet that. Bet that. Your baddest bitch in the United States ain't as bad as the regular ass chicks that work at McDonald's in some of these countries. The bitches that you got jumping out of Lamborghinis, you send that bitch to go to Cuba. I know some bitches look better than your bitches in Miami, in Cuba right now. You giving up your fucking life for 4% of a whole planet. And we supposed to feel sorry for y'all ass. I ain't about to protest for no damn grown ass men that God told you to get the fuck out. He been told you to get the hell up out. You need to get up out of America, bro. I got plans for you. God been telling you I got plans for you for years. You still hanging your ass around America. And I'm also talking about you pay for play dudes. God told your ass in 2015, stop fucking in DR, move to DR. He done gave you the money time and time again. And every time you go to DR, you trick that shit up. And then you want to come back, make more money. God said, okay, I'm gonna give you some more money, but I need you to move to DR. What do? You think God say, oh, I'm giving you more money to go trick it off. And so now you trick it all off in DR, trick it all off in Cartagena, trying to keep up with them damn YouTubers. And you wonder why I'm looking at you like,
I'm not black, I'm OJ. Okay.
Shout out to my man Dave. He said, if you receive 4% of my paycheck without a damn good reason, thank you. If I receive 4% of my, he said there will be some furniture moving. Absolutely correct. Shout out to Dave once again. I know this is a long live stream, but I'm trying to make a point. 4% of a car, just driving 4% of the way. 4% of the car is like what? Somebody gave you the steering wheel and made your ass pay for the whole car. Just think about somebody handed you a steering wheel, but still made you pay $20,000 for the car. You think I give a damn what American women got to say on TikTok about passport bros? Bitch, you 4%. And now we got some cuties in the States. We got some cuties, but they still a 4%er. They don't know shit about the planet. They don't know shit about their own neighborhood. You ask the average chick in the United States, they can't tell you shit damn near about their own state. You think I care about what? The passport bros, look what happened to the passport bros. I don't give a damn about you. Girl, you are a 4%er. There is 96% of pussy running around this planet. I only look at you on TikTok for entertainment, not for relationships. But y'all be listening to females on TikTok as if The black community need to come back together, need to find the black love, find the black love, the black. Okay, yeah, I keep, okay. Do realize there's just as many black people, if it actually is more black people in South America, way more, almost twice as many than South America. I mean, the North America. That's another thing that y'all don't want to admit. You always want to run around and act like black in America is the only black. You do realize there is almost twice the amount of black people in South America than y'all little raggedy ass 4% in North America. 4% of the damn planet. And y'all be walking around like y'all be talking. Let me get back to the video. T-Mac said, he said, I told my chica that if she wants to go to the U.S. for more than just a short visit, correct, she would need to find someone else to take her. She has to stay where I found her. No greater words have ever been spoken. Y'all be dragging them chicks back to the 4%ers, and then you wonder why when your woman become a 4%er, you want to scratch your head when she get 4% behavior.
You ready? We have 20% of the world's prisoners. How? We have 330 million people in population. China's got 1.5 billion, but we have the same amount of people in jail. And by the way, India's got 1.4 billion people, give or take, total population. We got 340, and India's only got 573,000.
Don't let that chart pass you by. Look at the United States up top. China got almost, 4 to 5 times as many people? They got about 4 or 5 times as many people. And yet they still ain't got the amount of prisoners we got. Why, fellas? Crime? Hell no. Follow the money, gentlemen. Follow the money.
And we have 1.76 million. How's that even possible? And then this guy, Ice Cube, I had him on the podcast yesterday. He's on Bill Maher, and he's saying, Bill Maher, the same people that own the record labels also own the...
Ever wonder why you see the same stereotype?
Same people that own the record labels also own the prisons. Don't let that slide by. The same people that own a record label own the prisons. And this brother's about to explain it.
Types of black and brown people depicted in hip-hop music? What if I told you that some of the biggest music companies are in cahoots with private prison owners, and that the rap music we listen to is not only meant to entertain, but to verbally and visually support criminal behaviors that funnel disenfranchised people into these private prisons? Lastly, what if I told you I have proof? In 2012, CoreCivic, formerly known as Corrections Corporation of America, the biggest name in the private prison industry, contacted 48 states offering to buy their prisons. One requirement of eligibility for the deal was particularly strange: an assurance by the agency partner that the agency has sufficient inmate population to maintain a minimum 90% occupancy rate over the term of the contract. Wait, right? What? What kind of legal and ethical measures could be taken to ensure the maintenance of a 90% prison occupancy rate? Now let's work together to connect these things, because I'm sure you're a smart person. It won't be long. Let's do the...
Now remember, that company also went across the country and bought prisons and said, we will keep these prisons at a 90% occupancy rate. Guaranteed.
Work. In 2012, a mere 232 media executives were responsible for the intake of 277 million Americans, controlling all avenues necessary to manufacture any celebrity and spark any trend. Time Warner, as the owner of Warner Brothers Records, can not only sign an artist, but since they're also owners of Entertainment Weekly, they can also put an artist on the cover by next week. You think you choose what you listen to, but do you? Both BET and MTV belong to Viacom. Okay, now I know that's not news to some, but when the use of these media conglomerates is cross-checked with ownership of the biggest names in prison privatization, it's starting to get a little fishy. The largest holder in CoreCivic, formerly Corrections Corp of America, is Vanguard Group Incorporated. Vanguard is the #1 largest holder in both Viacom and Time Warner. Vanguard is also the largest holder in the GEO Group, the second largest owner of private prisons in the U.S.
So Vanguard, my Vanguard, 'tis of thee where I've got my investments. also owns the labels or represents the labels and the private prisons. And Vanguard gonna make sure that they make money off the music and off their investments in the prisons. Like I said earlier, guys, you're gonna learn tonight that no matter what, even if you say you're not gonna invest in prison stocks, a lot of us by default already have.
The overlap in private prison / mass media ownership is disturbing. Let's make this clear. The people who own the media are the same people who own private prisons. The exact same people. They make money from getting so-and-so from the hood to glorify the life they live. And they don't care about the impact it has on others because money is the motive. Then when the music influences others in criminal behavior, they make money from all the impressionable low-income people of color that are expected to go inside their private prisons.
What we're seeing happen in the state of Alabama, which, by the way, is making the state about, $500 million a year, is they're doing what's called convict leasing. So they take these prisoners.
Remember what I said, sharecropping? When back in the day, they would put them in prison, debtor's prison, and then they would come to the county jail and say, I will want that person to work for me to pay off their debt. This is literally the same thing.
Who, as you say, they want to work. They want to not sit in jail where they're at risk of being assaulted or murdered. So they say, yeah, I'll go work at McDonald's for you because that's one of the places they have a contract. So then they get their paychecks and realize, wait a minute, there's only a few dollars on here. Where's the rest of my money? Oh, the state government took it because they, I guess, just felt entitled to it.
They take 40%.
Yeah.
Guy says, well, this is a chance for me to get, and it is true. I mean, they did a study on this one time. And
so the McDonald's job that you thought you was too good to apply for, but you went to jail and they made you go to work at McDonald's anyway, and they take 40% of your check. To whereas if you would have went on ahead and applied for McDonald's, you would have been getting 100% of your check.
The prisoners really like to get away from what they're doing every day, but when they turn it into slavery, and there's a different side to it too. The other side is some of these guys are wondering, are they holding me here when I should be paroled?
Yeah.
In other words, am I being held back from being able to get out of here and get a real job so that these folks can make half $500 million?
Yeah, a year.
$500 million a year on my work.
You are going to be shocked when you hear some of the major corporations that you use every week that also get rich off the backs of incarcerated Americans. Prison labor is big business. Have you ever been on the phone, maybe booking a flight or a car rental or a customer service call for your cell phone company, and you talk to someone, and then when it's time for you to give your payment information, they say, hold on one moment, let me get you to a secure line, and they transfer you off of them?
Don't forget what she just said, because a lot of us recognize that. A lot of us recognize that.
That's probably prison labor. Corporations like Sprint, Verizon, which I think they're one of the same now, American Airlines, Avis Car Rentals, these kind of places use inmate call centers, incarcerated people answering the phone for those customers, getting paid pennies an hour. And if they're in Texas, they're getting paid $0 an hour. Yet the prison system's making big bucks. The corporations getting to undersell their competition because they're not paying regular wages, right? Corporations like McDonald's, Wendy's, Starbucks use prison labor, some of them to make meat, the hamburger meat at McDonald's, some of them to make the cups and the paper and plasticware like at Starbucks cups, the coffee wrapper, those kind of things. Corporations like Walmart.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that. The Starbucks cup that you guys going tomorrow to go to Starbucks, that cup and that little paper holder that Starbucks always gives you so you don't burn your hand on the coffee. Those are made in prisons. Yes, sir. He said Andre is it's the same with California prisoners that helping the flights of LA up. They're helping them fight the LA fire. Yes, they do. Up in California, they got prisoners helping fight the LA fires. You see, dumb niggas in America think that they own their lives. Yes, they do think they do. Like my man said, as long as they can convince us with hip hop music to commit crimes and then get locked up, and then if you're on probation or parole, they ain't gonna let you out. It's all a setup to make money. Same dance, different music.
Costco, Aldi, Kroger use prison labor. What do you?
Yeah, I didn't know that. Aldi. Yep. Yep. I knew we already talked about Costco. I knew Kroger's. I already knew that. Kroger's. Publix use prison labor.
Think about these corporations getting rich off of incarcerated people.
The Alabama Department of Corrections is selling organs.
Yeah, I paused it. The Alabama Department of Corrections are selling organs
from inmates who die in ADOC facilities to UAB School of Medicine. This is 43-year-old Brandon Clay Dodson. He died on November the 16th, 2023 in Ventress Correctional Facility, which is located in Clayton, Alabama. When the warden contacted Brandon's family to inform them that Brandon had passed away, the warden asked if the family would like to claim his remains. The family stated that they would. The warden was shocked, stating that most families do not claim the remains of ADOC inmates when they pass away. The warden then gave the family the runaround for 5 days before finally...
That's sad. You die in prison and your family don't even want to bury your body. In most cases, that's what she said.
Releasing his body to the funeral home. Brandon's family paid for a private autopsy, which determined that his body had been improperly stored and was at a level 8 decomposition, so an open casket funeral was not possible, and Brandon's heart was missing. This lawsuit also cites an incident from 2018 where medical students at UAB said that there was a disproportionate number of specimens they encountered during their medical training that originated at ADOC facilities. An administrator admitted that 1/3 of the samples in the pulmonary lab are from incarcerated individuals in the state of Alabama.
1/3.
ADOC is selling organs to UAB.
This is a facility that's the only one in the state of Texas that we do what we do. So it's unique in the sense that you can come learn these skills that you can't learn anywhere else. It being in the industry, so it's got some technical skill to it. You have to learn these things. You have to learn the procedures. You have to learn the safety. You have to learn to be able to work in cohesion with your coworkers. And so I think that's a big deal. You know, you want to get out, you want to use your hands, or you want to be good in the technical field. You need to be able to learn these type of things.
I felt something like kind of unjar and come at my head.
From farms to factories, incarcerated workers offer a steady stream of labor for hard-to-fill jobs, sometimes with little to no training. And
now remember, this is what the immigrants are going to be doing. Don't forget about that, guys. Follow the money. This is why Biden let them in. Okay. You know what Biden did? You know what Biden and Trump just did? Remember the movie Pinocchio with the fox and the cat? And they convinced Pinocchio to skip school and come on to Treasure Island with all the other little boys and girls. Other little boys. What happened on Treasure Island? Those kids turned into donkeys and were incarcerated. The same thing that happened in the movie Pinocchio. You think that you come into the land of candy and milk and honey. But your ass about to become a donkey, and they about to put your ass to work. No different. No different.
Little to no pay. A 2-year Associated Press investigation found prisoners nationwide have been seriously injured and sometimes killed on the job.
Inmates may not be called slaves, but when you look at the behaviors, when you look at the laws, when you look at the characteristics, they're very similar.
Alexa, how big a city would the U.S. prison population constitute?
From theatlantic.com. Together, the nation's inmates would constitute the 4th biggest city in the United States.
The prison population will be the 4th biggest city in the United States.
Knocking Houston down a notch.
Alexa, have jails and prisons replaced the social safety net in the United States?
From Vera.org. Yet prisons and jails also provide medical care and other services that people marginalized by poverty, addiction, and racism might not otherwise have, in part due to the disarray of the public safety net.
Alexa, how above capacity are U.S. correctional facilities currently?
From House.gov. Higher security prison facilities, including penitentiaries, are currently operating at 54% over capacity and medium security.
Dang. That means the average county jail, state prison, fed prison is 54% over the capacity. That means that prison, gentlemen, was set up to hold 1,000 people. That motherfucker got 1,540 people in there. I didn't even think about how much they're going to cram, how many people they're going to cram into these prisons. And if you think I'm playing, I wish I had it pulled up. The TikTok video when the Colombians got off the plane. They had them in prisons. They were beating them. They weren't feeding them. Barely getting any water. I'm talking about the Colombians that weren't criminals that got off the plane over the past couple of days. I'm talking about the ones that we just saw earlier that were just men and women, just regular men and regular women. They treated those people like animals while they were waiting to get on the plane. Could you imagine all the people that are already on lockdown? And how they're going to be treating those people like cattle. And they in the state of Alabama just passed, remember, it was Alabama, Mississippi, just passed a law for the bounty hunters. And they just passed a law to incarcerate the immigrants for the rest of their lives.
Institutions are 44% over capacity.
Alexa, how big an issue is prison overcrowding in U.S. correctional facilities?
From moviecultists.com. Prison overcrowding leads to increased violence, the inability to provide necessary medical care and other essential services, and degrading practices like requiring prisoners to sleep on the floor.
I slept on plenty of floors. Plenty of floors. She is not lying. I've slept on. See, they don't show you that part of prison in the movies or in the documentaries. There's not enough beds in prison, so they put the mats out in the hallway, and we sleep on the floors. In many county jails across the country is like that. You got people that sleep in the rooms, but then you got people that literally sleep on the floor outside the room. I've slept on plenty of floors.
Alexa, what percentage of U.S. inmates are detained pretrial because they cannot post bail?
From drugpolicy.org. Nearly 40% of the total jail population has the option to post bail but lacks the financial resources to do so, and more than 1,500 individuals could secure their release pending trial with $2,500 or less.
I think she said 40%. I might have to bring that back, but 40% of people in jail that could post bail can't afford it. 40%. So 40% of people that can't afford bail don't have the money for it. And 40% of people that are incarcerated right now in the United States have never seen a judge.
Ability to provide necessary medical care and other essential services, and degrading practices like requiring prisoners to sleep on the floor.
Alexa, what percentage of U.S. inmates are detained pre-trial because they cannot post bail?
From drugpolicy.org. Nearly 40% of the total jail population has the option to post bail but lacks the financial resources to do so, and more than 1,500 individuals could secure their release pending trial with $2,500 or less.
Alexa, how many times over have Black and Hispanic pretrial detention populations grown?
From prisonpolicy.org. Black Hispanic defendants are detained at 4.5 times the rate as their population share, and Black non-Hispanic defendants are detained at over twice the rate as their population share.
Alexa, how many times over are Black and American Indian youth confined for lower level offenses?
From aclux.org. Black and Native American youth are 5.8 times and 7.7 times more likely, respectively, to be arrested for a low-level offense than white youth.
Alexa, how many inmates in U.S.
Don't let that slide by. All you Black and Latino fathers, don't let that slide by. Your sons and daughters have 5 times the chance to be arrested in the United States as a kid. Under 18, your kid has 5 times the rate of being arrested in the United States. The one that's with your baby mama, I'm rubbing this in. The one that's being raised by your baby mama that you can't work with right now. If you don't get your shit in order with your baby mama, your son, your little soldier, under the age of 18 is 5 times more likely to get locked up than a white boy, than a damn white girl. Your sons, your daughters, one of the number one groups that's increasing right now incarceration are women, and girls are the fastest growing group that's getting incarcerated in the United States. And we know that incarceration, if you learned anything tonight, you know incarceration don't have a damn thing to do with justice and public safety. Don't have a damn thing to do with that. The pool of individuals that are incarcerated for rape and murder and domestic violence and all that stuff is so small. The other part of it, or the other 70-80% of the people that's incarcerated, are nonviolent offenders. So this ain't got nothing to do. Once we get off this live stream, stop being a blind person in the States and thinking that crime is being stopped, and we watch all these movies and we watch Bad Boys and all these criminals get arrested. No, that's the movies. Your kids are being locked up because somebody about to make some money. Somebody gonna make some products. Somebody gonna sell the meat. Somebody gonna process the food. Your son gonna be out there on a horse working on that damn farm if you don't get it together with him or the baby mama. 5 times as likely your daughter gonna get her ass locked up. You thinking that she ghetto and is cute. That shit ain't cute. Your daughter gonna get her little ass locked up. But the white girl that do the same shit that your daughter did, she is 5 times less likely to get locked up. And it ain't just, and by the way, for all you dudes that's talking about Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, and all that, If y'all think it's just in the South, take it from me. I was incarcerated across this country, across the United States. I can tell you, it's in all states. They trying to lock you. You think they just locking you up in Alabama? No, dude, I was in the feds. The same process. I did state time too. Same process. And I was up north. If y'all don't wake the fuck up and stop looking at the criminal justice system as if it's about crime, they give less than a fuck. Police officers don't care about no crime. They convinced they dumb ass to think that I'm fighting crime in the community. Police officers, all of you police officers, listen, ex-police officers, I want you to hear me now. You put your life on the line so somebody else can make a profit. You did not, none of you, unless you found a serial deleter or a man that was doing domestic violence to a woman, those groups of guys, yes, I understand that. Most people that are incarcerated, all you did was lock somebody up so somebody can make some money. That's all the fuck you did. And you really ain't getting no real paycheck out of it. You got a decent paycheck. You got a school teacher paycheck. All you police officers, 20, what you a cop, 20 years? 15 years? You put your life on the line, motherfuckers shooting at you. You done got in the fights, you done had to fight motherfuckers. People try to run you over and kill you. All that you went through as a police officer, you got wounds and battle wounds, all that training you went through, all the hell you went through, all you ex-cops, listen to me right now. All that you are going through and you went through is so a motherfucker like Trump and all his cronies like GEO and ICE can get fucking paid billions. That's all you did. All those ICE agents, FBI agents, DEA agents, ATF agents, you taking drugs. Okay. If ATF was so good, DEA was so good, FBI was so good, why are there drugs and new drugs on the streets since crack came out? If they were fighting crime and a war on drugs, if you had a 20-year war and you wasn't controlling it, will we not say you lost that war? You lost that war. All you police officers, all you federal agents, you thought you was doing some shit, didn't you? You thought you was cleaning up the streets and making the world a better place. You didn't. Some of y'all lost y'all wives because, police officers, y'all can't keep a wife for shit. Y'all stressed out. Some of y'all got mental issues. I'm being for real. Some of y'all on so much, y'all got smoking 3 packs a day, packs of cigarettes a day. Some of y'all alcoholics, all that shit. Your job stressed you the fuck out. Every time you walked up to a car or a crime scene, you didn't even know that was your last day. And you did all that shit for 20 years. So another motherfucker can make billions. It ain't have nothing to do with crime. Don't you ever think that people in the United States, most people that are incarcerated, is because of some damn crime. They invent the crimes. We're gonna put men on child support. Okay. We're gonna make money off of them paying child support. And if they miss child support, we can lock their ass up and make money while they locked up. That's why you guys be like, well, that's stupid. Why would they put me on child support? But if they lock me up, I can't pay the child support. They don't give a fuck about you paying the child support because you got locked up. They care because they get contract money because you locked up. It's not about your crime. It is not about your crime. And I'll sit up here with 15 attorneys in front of me. And them motherfuckers not one attorney, all you attorneys, all you lead attorneys, all you dudes, can't none of you motherfuckers convince me otherwise. It's all about the money. Divorce attorneys, all of from Dennis Berlin, everybody. And I got love for these brothers, but I'm telling you, at the end of the day, it is all about that dollar. Who can make billions off the fact that me and you and the rest of your kids get locked the fuck up? That's what the prison industrial complex is. It has nothing to do with crime. Y'all believe that stupid shit. Most crimes are non-violent. You got locked up for a parking ticket that you forgot to pay. You got locked up for this. You got locked up for that. You about to get locked up. They gonna give you all these fucking years. All these years? You got 10 years for what? They were taking a criminal off the streets. No. They were putting bodies in these private prisons. That's what they were doing. I've been in private prisons. I know what the hell I'm talking about. I was around when they were building these motherfuckers. Remember, I went to jail 89. Private prisons started in 84. I remember I transferred to 10 prisons. Many of my prisons that I transferred to, them motherfuckers like a brand new car. And I mean brand new prison. And they were all private. So when I tell you I know what the fuck I'm talking about, crime does pay. It just don't pay you. It just doesn't pay you. Y'all sitting back. Oh, yeah. They're making the streets better. They're getting the gangs off the street. They convinced the gangs to be gangs. All you ex-gang members or you former gang members, they love the fact that y'all asses in gangs. Why? We can lock y'all asses up for conspiracy. That means we don't have to lock you up one at a time. We can lock y'all ass up as a group for one crime. One person in your gang commits a crime. We have the right to lock y'all ass up under the RICO and conspiracy laws that you all had something to do with that crime. If only you didn't tell him not to do it. Did you tell him not to do that crime? Nope. Lock your ass up. If you do, there are laws in the United States. Oh, y'all think I'm kidding? There are conspiracy laws in the United States that if your cousin selling weed, for example, and they selling illegal weed, and you know about it, you do know in the United States today, they can lock your hard-working ass up if they find out that you knew that your cousin, who you only see once a year, selling weed. Why they coming after me? We just been watching for 3 hours. Why the hell they coming after you? You a body. I ain't committing no crime. You don't need to. You do not need to commit a crime in the United States to get locked the fuck up so the prisons can make this money. I ain't never did. Don't matter. All you will be called is a first-time offender. So they don't lock your ass up as long. Or they put you on probation, first-time offender. But so when they can lock you up the second time and they can throw the book at you. Why? Because you've been in jail before. Why you think I sit my ass down somewhere? Why y'all think I ain't go back out the crimes? My record was too damn long. I knew if I did 10 years and I did 5 years state time and I did the times when I was on probation, you think they was gonna let my ass out? No, Dre, here's 12 years this time. No, if I ever did something else, ain't gonna be no 12 years. It's gonna be more like you could turn that motherfucker around 21 years. I was one of the few. It's an 85% recidivism rate, meaning 85% of people in the United States are so programmed to the streets that they take their ass back to prison. I was one of the few that was like, fuck that. I knew if I get my ass locked back up for anything, after my track record that I got, oh man, you gonna get an L, Dre. They gonna give your ass L. Life. Fucking around. Are they gonna give me life because I'm a prisoner? I'm a criminal? I'm gonna say this again. Will they be giving me life? Now, after all we learned today, Will they be giving me life because I'm a prisoner? I mean a criminal because I commit crimes? Remember, most crimes are nonviolent. They're going to give me life so I can do the rest of my life working on their farms, working in their factories, making your hamburgers, you McDonald loving motherfuckers. That's why they give me life. Doesn't have anything to do with damn crime and the crimes I did in the past. It's all about now we have somebody that can work on these farms with all these other people we gave life to. And I know tonight is just shocking some of you guys, and we ain't even done yet.
U.S. correctional facilities have been diagnosed with a mental illness.
From GTL.net. Over 37% of federal prisoners and 44% of jail inmates were diagnosed with a mental disorder, and in many states, there are more individuals with mental illness in correctional facilities than in psychiatric hospitals.
That's another thing. Absolutely correct. They got psych, man. It's so sad, man. When you go in the feds and you got or states and you got mental issues, all they do is put you on drugs to have you like drugged out during your whole bit, man. So you kind of like, man, you be on zombie mode, man. They put them dudes on them drugs and you see them because they got to go in the line, the drug line twice a day. So they go in the morning and they had them dudes drugged out the whole day. And then they come back in the evening and had them dudes drugged out their whole bit. So think about it. They got you addicted to mind fucking altering drugs for 5 years. Let's say you was addicted to drugs. Most dudes even most white people that's addicted to mind altering drugs, they might take that like on the weekends or something. Just imagine if you had to take mind altering drugs twice a day, sometimes 3 times a day. I mean, them motherfuckers be. What's up, Dre? What's up? And they have them lying the fuck up. 37% in the feds. They ain't lying. Them lines be long. They just make sure they got enough energy to do the work. They make sure the drug is able to give them enough mental capacity to do whatever job they need to do. But then soon as they get back from the fields, from working, they go right back into that damn line, right back in the pill line. Bullshit you not. He said, I know an inmate who was locked up for 10 years over stealing a case of beer. I know a dude that got, speaking of case of beer, dude, true story. I know a dude, they locked his ass up for 2 years for stealing some hog head cheese. You know that see-through cheese, the hog head cheese? They gave him 2 years for stealing some damn hog head cheese. But we're in the land of the free and the brave. Yep. American gangs are a farm system for prison. Absolutely. 2 years for hog head mud, not even hog head cheese in the crackers, not even with the saltines. We's American now. We's free. We's American now. We's in America.
Alexa, why is understaffing in U.S.
individuals with mental illness in correctional facilities than in psychiatric hospitals? Staff leads to increased incidents of violence. From Uprising.com.
They have 3 of them.
Stability.
Y'all gonna love this one.
Fuck up.
These are the first robotic prison guards in the country. These could literally change the way that prisons operate. Cobb County Sheriff Department in Georgia is the first one to implement these robotic prison guards. They have 3 of them that they are going to use on a probation period for the next 90 days. These prison guards have cameras, night vision, and heat sensors. Cobb County Sheriff's Department has said that these robots will help enhance the safety of the prison. Initially, they will be used for bed count as well as monitoring the facility and also letting officers know if somebody's injured. These robots are able to operate autonomously. One thing I found interesting is they stated that even though these robots can operate on their own, they will be guided by a human for more complex tasks. What does complex tasks mean? This seems to have...
That means they will use them to come after y'all when a riot breaks out. That's what they're going to be using these for.
Stirred a lot of controversy because many people feel that these could be used against detainees. So the big question is, are these going to be more of a deterrent for bad behavior? If this is successful, what are your thoughts? Should our prisons be run by robots instead of humans?
Private prisons. Who's he talking about? While he was on the podcast here, he said BlackRock. Do you know what are the two biggest private prisons in America? One of them is called GEO Group, right? Do you know who's the biggest shareholder, institutional shareholder of GEO Group? You ready? Number one, you can find this for yourself, BlackRock. They own roughly 14.16%. You know what number two is? It's called Vanguard. You know what they own? 9.96%. And by the way, the other one is called Core Civic Incorporated. Ready? Number one, biggest top institutional holder. Public information, BlackRock, 16.75%. Number two is Vanguard, 11.17%. You know what they like? They like the investment. It's a great business model. Let's get more people. If you own restaurants, what do you want? More customers. If you own hospitals, what do you want? More sick people. If you own a private prison, what do you need? We need more people to go to jail. Come on, baby. That's the business model. One time I sat down with a divorce lawyer. I said, so what is your business model? Your job is to make sure there's more divorces. More divorce. Can you imagine that's what you do for a living? So anyways, we sat here, we were curious. We said, you know what? What caused this spike in private prisons? And which state cost the most? Every one of these, data that maybe you're going to be like, Pat's a little bit too much. We want to learn all about it. We're going to talk about it today. Okay, so if you get value out of this video, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. Let's get right into it. First thing I want to do is I want to see what percentage of people are in private prisons versus public prisons. Because a lot of times you're going to be like, well, most of the people that are in jail are in private prisons. And that's why we have so many inmates. But the numbers don't prove that the more we looked into it. Matter of fact, take a look at this chart here. This one says how many people are locked up in the U.S. If you look at state prisons to the green left, state prisons 1,071,000, local jails 550,000, federal prison and jails 208, and you got a few others in there, youth, immigration detention, involuntary commitment, et cetera, et cetera. That's a breakdown of our prisons. And then we said, but we want to know a little bit more. What percentage of inmates are in private prisons? You see what the number is? According to Prison Policy Institute, only 8% of confined people are held in private prisons. That means 92% is still public, government, state, federal owned. Mass incarceration is driven by government policy and spending, but the private companies that contract for less than 8% of all cells get a disproportionate share of attention. Why is that? So if I look at this, I would think, public is like, no, it's not us. We're the state, we're federal, we're the good people. We would not imprison this many people. It's the rich corporate guys. Look at those guys. No, U.S. government, state and federal, you got 92% of the inmates. Private is only 8%. Yes, they have a business model. We can take shots at BlackRock, Vanguard, all those guys. They only got 8% of it. But let's continue. When did the spike really happen? Well, when we look at the prison system, and if you look at this chart with the number of people and inmates, it's from 1950 to 2016. So you would notice the same as 1950 as 1970. But if you go to 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, and then boom, we go from 200,000 inmates to 1.6 million. How? Why? What happened during that time? Don't you want to know? I'm curious. There was something that happened called the War on Drugs, June 17, 1971. The crime and punishment on certain things you did with drugs, crack, all this stuff went complete different level. People went to jail. Was that a business model? Was there incentive for it? Matter of fact, let's take a look at the population growth from the same exact period from 1950 to today. If you look at that chart with the blue line going up, we're growing every year, right? But if you look at the previous system, the numbers that we looked at inmates, so our population is growing like this, inmates going like this, and then all of a sudden inmates goes like this, right? And surpasses it. What was the purpose of War on Drugs? Was it a business idea? Or was it really about keeping people safe? Was it really targeting a certain community audience? I don't know. Let's take a look at it. So now, while we're talking Nixon as well, the whole war on drugs, we have to keep in mind that this was about putting a hard line when it comes down to drugs.
America's public enemy number one in the United States is drug abuse.
Even Governor Nelson Rockefeller from New York followed the same pattern as Nixon. For drug pushing, life sentence, no parole, no probation. His policies ensured 15 years to life in prison for drug users and dealers, creating the growth of a massive correction system that currently houses, this number here says 2.2 million. Now watch this. Most common types of crime: drug trafficking, 65,000. 2, firearms, sexual abuse, robbery, child pornography, immigration, fraud, theft, embezzlement, murder, money laundering, assault. But look at drug trafficking. Drug trafficking alone is more than all the other combined. So it makes me think, right? Earlier we talked about hospitals, you need sick people. Restaurants, you need people to come in and buy. You want them to keep coming back. What is the financial incentive to put people in jail? Let's kind of go through it. Number one, private prisons. Revenue generation. Private prison companies earn money based on number of inmates they house. Contracts with government agencies often include per diem rates for each prisoner. So more prisoners, government pays you more. Kind of an interesting model. Creating a direct financial incentive to maintain or increase inmates' population. Expansion. By lobbying for laws that lead to higher incarceration rates, private prisons can secure more contracts and build more facilities, thus increasing their revenue.
The movement against private prisons gained traction alongside the larger movement against mass incarceration. One of its biggest victories came when it successfully pressured major banks to divest from the industry. Morgan Simon is a part of that movement. She's an impact investor, meaning she helps people invest their money in ways that don't conflict with their values.
When you look at who the owners are of Geo Group and CoreCivic, the two largest are Vanguard and BlackRock. And for a lot of folks, that might mean that their retirement fund is somehow connected to those entities, and that
That's me.
a lot of us might own prisons without even knowing it.
Like I could have money from my 401k going to Geo Group or CoreCivic.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think that's where sometimes when we're pushing on politicians to take actions, well, we need to look at ourselves too. And that could be as simple as just looking at, could I bank with a community bank or a credit union? Could I go to my HR director and say, hey, is there a social option that we could have on this retirement fund?
Last year, CoreCivic sued Simon for defamation, claiming she and her investment firm had misrepresented the company's practices. The suit was dismissed a few months later and is now under appeal. Why do you think
So they tried to sue this woman for stating the things that she stated. She was an employee. She's just a regular woman doing research like we are. And these people sued her. But it was dismissed.
CoreCivic sued you?
I think that the idea that it is okay to lock people up for profit is threatened by people like me. Policy or money are kind of the two main levers that we have to make change. And I just chose the path of money.
CoreCivic and the Geo Group gave us statements where they defended the quality of service they provide and accused activists of waging a lies-based campaign and spreading false narratives about them. Both also said they don't play a role in setting policies that determine who gets incarcerated. Nevertheless, they face a growing number of powerful people who would rather see them gone.
For far too long, Congress has enacted policies that fail millions of men, women, and children by expanding our carceral state and
Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley introduced the People's Justice Guarantee, a resolution that, among many other things, would make it impossible to profit off of incarceration in any way.
So, the resolution that you introduced, if enacted, would effectively put these companies out of business. In your view, that's the intention?
Yeah, good. Yeah. No, absolutely.
Just want to make that clear.
No, I mean, let me just try to contextualize this in the most, in a people-centered way. When you're just incentivized by profit, then you don't really care about the quality of the services. So not only are you profiting over providing the most basic of services, but then also there's no empathy. So it's just exploitive all the way around.
These companies say, well, we don't make the policies that decide who gets incarcerated and who doesn't or for how long. We are simply an instrument of government to enact those policies. That's essentially
the thing is that there is a complicitness in that, okay? You're sort of trying to have it both ways. So you're saying you're not the driver of it, but you're also not working actively to dismantle it. None of this is naturally occurring. Like, this didn't just spontaneously combust. Oppression, confinement, exploitation. This has all been legislated.
Pretty straightforward. More inmates, more money. 2, public sector unions, job growth and security. More inmates means more jobs for corrections officers and other prison staff. Unions have a vested interest in maintaining high employment levels, which can lead to support for policies that result in more incarceration. Hey, the jail is getting small. I can't lose this $68,000 a year salary that I make from the government. Hey, we got to figure out more people to go to jail. Forget it, make it tougher. Put them in jail. We need more. Do you see how that kind of works? That's kind of weird, right? Number 3, political and economic factors. Political influence. Politicians may support tough on crime policies to appear strong on law and order, which can be potentially advantageous, especially during election cycles. Economical impact. In some regions, prisons are major employers and economic drivers. Local economies may become dependent on the jobs and economic activity generated by prisons, creating a local incentive to support incarceration. Now, by the way, you know who does that? Both sides do this. Now, we were interested in seeing which state is the most cost per inmate.
We're almost
Who
done,
do you
guys,
think is
for
the
tonight.
most? I mean, you got to put it up there, right? New York, number 1, the most competitive on the average annual cost per inmate, $60,000. Number 2, their neighbor Jersey, Connecticut right next to them, Vermont right next to them, Rhode Island. It's as if they're all influencing each other to make it very expensive to be in the Northeast. But you can never forget about California. They take this very seriously. They also want to compete in this area. Then you got California, Washington, Maine, Penn. You can go all the way down. You see who's the cheapest? Kentucky, only $14,000. Indiana, Alabama, Louisiana, Kansas, Oklahoma, Idaho, Florida, okay, makes the bottom 10. Nevada, bottom 10. A lot of red states are in the bottom 10. And for whatever reason, New York, Jersey, I mean, I don't know where they put him. Maybe they put him in like a nice Ritz-Carlton place where some, it's expensive, and they're giving him nice clothes and nice, like, maybe like a golf cart while you're in prison. You're kind of going around from your room to this. Why the hell are you charging $60,000 for this? The same thing Kentucky is doing for 1/4 of the price. Kind of weird. Still, we're curious. We want to learn. You want to learn. So we've got to kind of follow the money to see what's going on here. I mean, this is 2017 numbers, so let's assume it's going to be around $200 billion a year as an industry. If we look at this from the top all the way down, you'll see public correction agencies, prisons, jails, parole, and probation. That's $80.7 billion, right? And then you'll see to the right, public employees. The cost of public employees, $38.4 billion. That's a lot of salaries. By the way, if we just take the average salary of $60,000, okay? $60,000 divided by 38.4 billion, okay? 38.4 billion. Let's see how many $60,000 salaries employees this creates jobs for. Already 640,000 people. So that means even if we got rid of 1/3 of our inmates and we clean house and we change the rules, you're talking about 640,000. You're going to lose if 420.
You see, follow the money. 640,000 people will be unemployed if somebody doesn't go to jail. I want you to let that sink in. 640,000 people in our country, 'tis of thee, will lose their jobs if ICE don't pick up somebody. And you know what the sad part is? A lot of our generations, a lot of us that have nieces and nephews become programmed in those prisons and get out and thought it was cool to be in prison. I actually think that it's cool to be used as a slave. To this day, just to make sure that 640,000 people, 640,000 people keep their jobs. Yeah, Kamala was doing the same thing. She was out there locking them up as a prosecutor. Prison in America isn't about it's never been about rehabilitation. They saw an opportunity. Remember they said, when did the war on drugs start? 1971. When all these drugs were being created throughout the United States. Now, there was a time when, there were a drug here, a drug there, but when drugs was at its peak, the acid drugs were coming along. Marijuana was becoming more and more prevalent in the communities. All these drugs were out there. And so they like, wait a minute, we got these drugs. If we go, call it a war on crime or war on drugs, we can lock all these people up and get paid. Now, he made a statement. He said 92% of people that are incarcerated are still in public prisons, only 8% in private prisons. You know what that means? To a dude that's been incarcerated, such as myself, that would have went over your head. For me, do realize federal and state prisons are ran under contracts. So even public prisons still hire their own teams. Public prisons, that 92% still do hire their own teams. And a lot of times they have companies like GEO do all the hiring, or they take GEO staffs. Remember, we looked at GEO. GEO says what is their moniker? We purchase prisons and what else? And prison staff. They don't just make money on the prison, but they also create staff, 640,000 in other words, for all the prisons and juvenile centers. So they make money off of staffing. You know how you have staffing agencies? These are what these people are. That's what they do. They make money off staffing agencies to make sure that a lot of times prison guards and other individuals are hired in prisons. Man, y'all should see, dude, it's so much money that's made. Man, I didn't even hit the part where with the money that's made off of prison commissary. Bruh, the commissary industry. Prisons purposely make sure that they do not have the best products such as soap and other items, and they make sure that you eat only a certain amount of food to make sure that you get hungry enough to spend money on the commissary. They give you trash toothpaste so you can spend money on the commissary getting your regular toothpaste, your Colgates and your Crests. You want a decent t-shirt instead of that trash that they give you? You got to go to the commissary to buy a decent t-shirt, a decent shorts, a decent sweatshirt, decent sweatpants. You got to go to the dude, just the commissary, the money that's made by prisons. Shout out to Will being in the building, representing the Pittsburgh Steelers. Let's go back and finish off the video.
410,000 jobs, 410,000 jobs. How are you going to answer? Even politicians are like, we don't want to lose that 410,000 jobs, right? Continue. Healthcare, 12.3 billion. Construction, 3.3 billion. Interest payments, 1.9. Food, 2.1. Utilities, 1.7. Private correction, 3.9. And look at the profits they make all the way at the bottom. The private prison profits, it's only $374 million. It's not a lot of money if you think about it compared to the other industries. Let's go back to the top. Judicial and legal, criminal law only, 29 billion. Prosecution, 5.8. Indigent defense, 4.5 billion. Policing, criminal law only, 63.2 billion. Civil asset forfeiture, 4.5. Employees, the cost of public employees, 38.
Judicial and legal. Attorneys and judges. That means the attorneys that protect you in court, the prosecutors, and the judges. They walk away. These numbers are every year. They walk away with 29 billion. And we know that over 85% of the cases in the United States, somebody took a plea bargain. In the movies, it make it seem like everybody went to court, or on YouTube, or on TikTok. and make it seem everybody went to court and everybody was involved in a violent crime. For those who are in non-violent crimes, 85% take a plea bargain. Because they know if you go to, and we all knew this, if you go to court, the judge is going to be pissed because you didn't take the plea bargain. We said he was a plea bargain for 6.5 years. Oh, you want to go to court? If you get found guilty, the judge will lay you down. They came to me with 6.5 years. Because I took it to court, I ended up with 15 years. Do 10, 5 on probation. Just because the judge was pissed. Who the hell are you, nigga, to go to court and try to prove to your innocence? That's how it works in the States. Damn near everybody takes a plea bargain. And you still end up like, oh man, listen, they talking about giving you 25. I can get you 15. I can get you 15, but I can't do no less than that. And so you go ahead, you take that 15, and the judge and the prosecutor and your your attorney all walked away every year with $29 billion while your ass in jail every year. Think about it. They walked away with $29 billion all 12 years for each of the years that your ass was in jail. Trillions are made when it comes to every year with this prison industrial complex. This ain't got nothing to do with getting criminals off the streets. Don't never let no damn police officer, and all you retired police officers telling that lie, you need to stop telling that lie. All you retired police officers, close your front door, lie to your damn self. Stop telling people, old women who don't know any better, your family members who don't know any better, your cousins and them who don't know any better, your people in church who don't know any better, that don't know about the prison industrial complex. Stop lying to them people talking about, I'm a police officer, I'm taking crime off the streets. You ain't doing a damn thing but locking people up, giving them making sure they get plea bargains so they can be slaves. And don't give me that bullshit like they shouldn't commit a crime. In the United States, you ain't got to do shit and they're going to lock you up. So as you police officers get an attitude, oh, I'll lock you up. You know, people locked up in jail ain't did shit. And we already just looked at tonight, over 40% of people in the United States, probation that are in prisons, county jails, or mental facilities. Don't forget the mental facilities. Mental facilities and juvenile centers, 40% still haven't seen a judge. So just because you lock somebody up, they haven't even been found guilty of any crime. So a lot of you just lock a motherfucker up just to lock somebody up. Stop walking around telling people that you was helping solve crimes. You ain't helped solve shit. You just help people become slaves. Tired of you goddamn ex-police officers acting like y'all just did some rescue shit. No, you didn't. You got caught up in the same system that everybody else got caught up in. At least you can say, hey, I thought I was doing something noble, and come to find out I was just helping people make billions. That's all the fuck I was doing. I was helping billionaires make more billions. But don't sit back and try to come with that I was taking crime off the streets. There are very few criminals out there that are doing domestic violence crimes or violent drug crimes, or out there robbing and stealing from old women. Very few. And then you lock them up in these overpacked sardines, and then they become criminals for survival. And then you be like, look at them. See, them are the type of people that's in prison. Yeah, because you locked them up in a goddamn warehouse. So police officers, no. But no. But that one time I saved a cat out of a tree. Yes, you saved a fucking cat in 20 years. Cool. But most of your days, most of the people you put handcuffs on, all you did was incarcerate them to be slaves so rich people can get richer. That was your job, to protect rich people property and help rich people become richer. Until you come to that reality, you gonna keep telling that lie. But tell that lie in your house. Don't be coming outside telling us that lie. Y'all lying in movies and shit. Like y'all really rescue a motherfucker. Y'all on TV shows. Every time you turn around, it's a cop show where the cops, pretty boy cops, trying to stop the crime. They just stop the drug dealers. Get the fuck out of here. America always bringing drugs in the United States. We've been bringing drugs into our country for the longest. But you'll put it on TV as if you stopping crime. The fuck out of here. Let's get to this last part.
$4 billion. That's a lot of salaries. By the way, if we just take the average salary of $60,000, okay? $60,000 divided by 38.4 billion, okay? 38.4 billion. Let's see how many $60,000 salaries employees this creates jobs for. Already 640,000 people. So that means even if we got rid of a third of our inmates and we clean house and we change the rules, you're talking about 640,000. You're going to lose 420,000 jobs, 410,000 jobs. How are you going to answer? Even politicians are like, we don't want to lose that 410,000 jobs, right? Continue. Healthcare, 4.3 billion. Construction, 3.3 billion. Interest payments, 1.9. Food, 2.1. Utilities, 1.7. Private correction, 3.9. And look at the profits they make all the way at the bottom. The private prison profits, it's only $374 million. It's not a lot of money if you think about it compared to the other industries. Let's go back to the top. Judicial and legal, criminal law only, 29 billion. Prosecution, 5.8. Indigent defense, 4.5 billion. Policing, criminal law only, 63.2 billion. Civil asset forfeiture, 4.5. Bail fees, 1.4. Cost to families, 2.9. Commissary, 1.6. Telephone calls, 1.3 billion. Give or take, it's a $200 billion a year industry. It's a massive industry. By the way,
$1 billion a year in the United States of everybody making money off of locking people up. They will never let that shit end in the United States. You can forget that. So why y'all think that? This is the funny part. So why y'all think only free people make money for the United States? There's 200 billion being made for locking people up.
Oil industry, you know how much it is? $500 billion. It's only 2.5 times bigger than our freaking prison system. Oil, when you think about oil, it's, oh my God, oil, all these rich people. It's only 2.5 times the size of the mass incarceration as an industry. Pretty wild to think about. So I mean, when you look at this, you're like, okay, so Pat, what's your, all the problem, what's the solution? How are we going to handle this? A couple different things that we have to look at. Obviously, in 2018, Trump came out with the First Step Act. A lot of people have tried to kind of make some progress in that area. Van Jones was even in the back. He was in tears, emotional.
Something as beautiful is happening.
They're criticizing him. How could you defend Trump? You're a guy that was an Obama guy, right? Because this is progress that's being made. And in here, it's not politics. Couple things. One, punishment must change. A kid can be raised in 3 different families. Okay, in one family, kid does something bad, he gets his iPad taken away from him. For the same thing you do wrong in another family, kid gets hit by a belt. For another kid in a different family, for the same exact thing he did wrong, he gets smacked upside the head and gets spanking by a drunk father that comes home for 10, 15 minutes, and the kid is crying, marks all over the place, right? Same crime, 3 different punishments by the father, okay? You don't have to go all the way here necessarily first time around. I don't even think you need to go here ever. Some states go there. That's all this means. We have to kind of bring the punishment back. 2, the 3 situations all have what in common? There is a father in place in each of these 3 situations we're talking about, right? We have a fatherless epidemic in America since 1960.
Why? You've been studying it for the last 4, almost 5 hours. Why does America have a fatherless epidemic? You think it's just a coincidence? You really think it's a coincidence that 80% of children born in the black community don't live with their daddy? You really think coincidence? All of this is tied into follow the money. We've been so programmed with following the politics, man, we don't know shit else. When somebody tells you to follow the money, you lost. Whenever something in the United States is that large, somebody is making money off of it. No dad, no direction or discipline. No direction or discipline, you for the streets. You for the streets, guess who gonna lock you up? Police officers. Once you're locked up, everybody makes a profit. 640,000 jobs stay in place because baby mamas are raising these young men and young women now. It's all a cycle. You can blame it on the white man all you want. That's a cycle. The truth of the matter is, that profiteers of no matter what race or color are making money. Profiteers. Profiteers care about this situation. They let average people talk about race shit. Let average people talk about race. Profiteers care nothing about no damn race. They don't care if a black person helped them make money or a white person helped them make money. As long as the money is being made, those are profiteers. We will sit back and cry about it's because the racism and because what the white man did, in 400 years, then the oppression. We get all the Umars can be 100% correct. They talk about, notice this, Umar spends 90% of his time talking about the politics of everything. See, they set it up to hold the black man back. The politics. Tariq Nasheed does the same thing. History, he talks about black history. And all these brothers, both of these brothers are right. And all the brothers are correct. There are very few brothers like Brother RZA that focuses on who's making money off of this. And that's what I want you guys to see tonight. So we're going to end the video right there. Or we could bring this last part.
With Lyndon Johnson that changed the incentives to want women to have more kids without a father being there to say, I don't need a man. We need to go back and bring them together and say, you need him, he needs you. This is how it makes it work. And instead of being 1.6 kids birth rate, let's increase that to 2.1, 2.5, but bring back the right values and principles. Gradually lower the price, the punishment that you have where people can come back in and incentivize some companies that are maybe bringing inmates and giving them jobs, give them the incentive.
That shit sounds lovely. Let's cut these cameras off and tell the truth. There is too much money made from single mothers. There is so much shit that a woman can't do on her own. And there's money that's made off of the fact that she can't do it on her own. The daycare, money's made off of that. The mothers that don't know anything about plumbing or changing that goddamn smoke detector that's keep on beeping. All that she pays somebody to do. She ain't got a man, so she pays somebody to come do the landscaping. I bought a house, bitches. Yeah, now she gonna have to pay landscaping, electrician, plumbing, heating and air conditioning. It is money made hand and fist from single mothers and single women. There is no economic incentive. Remember, guys, always look at America for what it is a corporation. How are they making money off of this? There is no financial incentive to get, is a moral incentive, yes, but there is no financial incentives to get white women and white men back together, black women and black men back together, Latin men and Latin women. There is no financial incentive. Let me put it like this. You ready? Get rid of drugs in the United States, the country itself would crumble. They stated that during COVID, and I don't have the proof yet, they stated that the number one industry that kept America afloat during COVID was the sale of illegal drugs. When nobody making money in the United States as much as drug dealers during COVID. America would freaking collapse. You guys think about if car companies weren't there and all these stuff that they put the tariffs on. It's stuff that ain't got nothing to do with tariffs that keep America afloat. Stop incarcerating people. America would crumble. Stop having single mothers and single fathers. America would fucking fall apart. Not just America, even countries that are in cahoots with our country, that makes profits off of our country being strong. There are countries that make money off of the fact that we make money. They ain't got to lock their people up. They make money off the fact that we like to lock our people up. They countries still got families. They make money off the fact that our country doesn't have families like that. America is so set up on the profits of immorality. Families falling apart, incarcerating kids, incarcerating adults with these crazy numbers. It's too much money that's being made. So when people sit back and say, here are the results and we could make changes, it ain't shit y'all can do about it. You better make some money. Y'all ain't about to stop ICE. You ain't about to stop Trump. You ain't about to stop Geo. You ain't about to stop none of those stocks that we looked at today. None of it. I just showed you that to show you follow the money. I didn't show you any of that to make you want to feel like you a Superman and go make some changes in the government. You ain't gonna do shit because you can't. I can't. You cannot change the prison system. You cannot change police officers from putting their knee on somebody's neck. You can't change none of that shit. It'll take you so many years to stop shit. Man, please. It will take you to have millions of people to come together to stop the prison industrial complex. And even if they stopped it, they will come up with something new, like they came up with child support, like they came up with alimony. They always got something in the wings waiting to replace something that we thought we took away from them. Don't you ever think that these billionaires aren't 5 steps ahead of us. My name is Andre of Andre's Love Crossing Borders. It's been nice speaking with you guys for 5 hours about this particular topic that's near and dear to me. I'll be seeing you guys tomorrow. I got a great one tomorrow. Great one about a brother went viral on TikTok, told his story, how his 20-year marriage crumbled in one day. He was so caught up on crazy coochie. And I mean, she crazy. We're going to watch his whole story. So bring your popcorn and some beer tomorrow, because it's going to be a good one. Once again, my name is Andre of Andre and Andre's Love Crossing Borders. Appreciate you guys showing support. Anybody that sent a donation by way of Cash App or PayPal, appreciate you guys for what you've done. But I'm glad I got a chance to get this information out. So now when you look at immigration, hopefully some of you guys look at it from a different perspective and not the limited perspective that politics give you. Focus on the money. That'll always tell you where you need to go. You say, should I drop a link, Andre? Yeah, drop the link, Chaos. So guys, go watch Chaos Reigns. We're doing a live stream. He'll be doing a live stream tonight. So if you guys want to check out Chaos Reigns, he's about to drop the link before we leave. Make sure you guys check him out. I might even check him out tonight. I'm going to be making a fruit salad, so we can have some fruit salad tomorrow. Quote. Oh yeah. In Harlem, he say, not one of us in here owns a poppy field. Preach. He say, this is big business. This is the American way. Neil Brown. Absolutely correct. Did you know, for those of you that don't know, the book New Jack City, as well as the movie, was actually a depiction of the drug dealers, the major drug dealers in Detroit, Michigan. The Curry brothers, Fats, White Boy Rick. So it was centered around, and they actually came from, the guy that wrote the book actually came from New York to Detroit and found out about the drug market in Detroit. And then they took it and changed it for the movie adaptation. But yeah, shout out to you guys. And make sure you guys support our brother, Chaos Reigns. I'm going to be coming over there, brother, tonight to check you out, because I'll be up for maybe another hour making a fruit salad. It really doesn't take that long, but I'm still rock with you, brother. See you guys later. Once again, this is Andre of Andre and Andre's Love Cross the Brothers. Let's do us an outro video. We're just going to do one tonight. We're just going to do one.